Ladies and gentlemen, how you all doing? It's good to see everybody coming in. So, I just like to repeat myself. Apparently, keep forgetting to turn off my YouTube side. Anyway, we'll start at the top. Keno, New Dawn, Margaret Egner. That's always very nice of you to say. I appreciate it. And last time you spot on, so I'm hoping you are correct this time too. Michael, bringing God front and center. Always good to hear. Frank Stein, hello, my favorite barkeeper, my barkeeper. Okay. Nubs, welcome back. Let's see. DeCat, welcome. Trudy Huddleston, Just Jess, KN. Yeah, just making sure I don't miss anybody. Anyway, I had somebody send me an email the other day and Sharon Mercer, hello. And it was quite interesting. They just called me a content creator and influencer, and they felt like they was talking to a popular person. I said, I don't consider myself a creator, or I damn sure don't, think I'm an influencer. And I don't consider myself a content creator because half the time I ain't got no content. You know what creates the content? You guys. Every one of y'all. That's what creates the content for me. And that's why I enjoy this. Only thing I consider is I'm just a lucky man to have all you great people to talk to me. That's what I think. I don't need them titles and entitlement and all that crap. Robert Lawrence, hello. Cool Gamer, hello. But no, and I don't know why y'all coming here, whether it's for me or the panel or the chat, but it's just great to have y'all in here, and I'm glad it's a good place everybody can come. I try to keep it as safe as I can. Well, thank you, Meemaw Patriot. I appreciate that. Really do. So anyway, who knows where tonight's going to go? Like I said, usually if we don't have nothing planned, and see, I don't ever set up anything with Butch to, me and him, we don't talk a lot in the background. We just get up here and we wing it. And that's a lot of fun, just, playing it off the cuff, and whatever comes up, comes up. Well, thank you, Nubs. I appreciate that. And like I said, we'll drop the link here in just a second. I just want to make sure. The last time we went on, we got raided with people, and I had a hell of a time trying to keep up. So I just wanted to give it a second. Carolina, hello. Or Caroline. Zoe Bonnie, hello. Zoe, I don't remember seeing your name in here, but I have seen you around. Lighthearted and fun. Yeah, that's how we try to keep it. Linda, Darlene, hello. Darn. They're coming in now. That's the best thing I can ever say. And it's not because stats and all that crap. It's because it's just great people coming together and talking. Like we used to do before the whooping cough, the fake one. Let it roll, baby. Roll it. Thank you, DeCat. Vicky, hello. So all them little entitlements everybody's got for all these people on YouTube, I don't need any of them. I'm just happy to do this just to talk to people. Like I said, there's times I get bored in the evenings too, and everybody's looking for something to do when they're, especially if all their kids are grown and gone, and on the only time you see your grandkids on a Friday or Saturday nights if the parents want to go out and twist off a little bit. You get to babysit a little bit. So, but other than that, yeah. So, and I don't go out and party. I might drink a few beers here at the house and listen to some music. But other than that, well, I'd much rather sit around and visit with you great people. That's the fun of it. Linda Darlene Johnson. Hello. That's a mouthful to say if you said it in a hurry. Hello. Sharon Whitmore. Hello. Kettleheads. Hello. Still coming in. So good to see. Thank you all. I appreciate y'all putting up with me. Like I said, it's probably not for me. It's probably for the panel to see where it goes there. Or it's for the great chat. But as long as I can give a platform everybody can have fun on, that's all I care. But anyway, Keno, if you wouldn't mind dropping a link for me. Yeah, Nubs, I know how that goes. You need a safe space. Well, you're always welcome at the lounge. New Dawn, I have not seen him on any live program talking. I hear rumors. I don't see it. I ain't going down no more damn rumors. There is the link, Nubs and the cat, or anybody else that wants to pop in here for a little bit and hang out and keep me company, and we'll see who comes and goes and see where the conversation goes. And I need help. Is French Foreign Legion from this one? Yeah, right. Yeah, Nubs, I understand that. I understand that. Oh, what? I'm going to go for her. I got them. They're in the back room on the shelf. Yeah. No, in the laundry room. Way back there, back in the door. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. There should be a package of artist brushes back there. Do what? I said Pampers. Oh. What do you think I said? Oh, you said paintbrushes. No. You're like, I got them. I'm like, where? You file with the election committee on Thursday. I can look it up. Well, that would be interesting. No, just yes, I have not seen that. The Kinsey syndrome documentary? No, I have not seen that. Would be interesting to watch, though. Most all these new syndromes are all man-made, ladies and gentlemen. They have been. The MS, it's a man-made. You got your, I can't remember what you call some of them. What they title some of these kids as. It's all kind of screwed up. And it's back from when they was grabbing their heads with those big tongs and squeezing their head, trying to pull them out of mama, and really screwed up their brains. Yeah, Jess, I'll see if I can find a link for that, and I will go try to watch that. Kinsey syndrome. I might be able to remember that. Depends on how this show goes tonight. There ain't no telling. And all you people in the background just back there listening, because I know there's a few. I ain't going to mention names because I don't want to dox them, but thank you all. There's one of them that sent me a real sweet message, and it was for me and Butch both. So I forward. I hope you don't mind, but I forwarded over to Butch too. So I wasn't trying to explain it. He could just read it for himself. It's from the 80s. It's bad. Yeah, I can imagine. All this stuff they've been keeping hidden, now it's all starting to finally trickle out. 40, 50, 60 years later, when it should have come out right up front. There should have been studies on that crap. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these cancer is a made man thing. You know, there wasn't a drip of cancer known to man until the late 20s, early 30s. Nubs, you're from the 80s. Well, I'm from the 70s. Is when I was my mama decided to get rid of me out of her belly. Early 70s, 71 to be exact. And so I lived through the 80s. Yeah, I graduated in the 80s. 89. And yes, Margaret, I am a young pup. I had someone tell me the other day they was 40, and I'm thinking, okay. So I was sitting here today going, 40, and I'm 51. Well, that's only 4,015 days apart. That ain't bad. Yeah, it's about the kids. Yeah, I kind of figured it was. Yeah, you was born in November of 71. I was in December. Cattlehead. Yep. One of my best friends growing up. Now, granted, he has committed suicide since then, but he was born in November. If I'm not mistaken, King Carson was born in November. I think it was November 8th in 1971. Excuse me. So that's a few days ago. I mean, we're not no old timers, but we're not no spring chicken anymore either. Yours is the 7th. Okay. Yeah, my son was born November 11th, but 18 years later, 18 years after me. Yeah, that's May, Margaret. That's May. Working project, class of 54. Nice. Well, welcome. And I hope you enjoy the content or the conversations we try to put out around here. You may or not be telling the truth. We can't confirm or deny what he may be saying. He must have a slight distraction from the stepchild and the cat. You'll be turning 102 this year. Oh, whatever. The cat's the same way. Yep. Ramona Perez. How is Miss Ramona tonight? Is she being ornery tonight? Ramona's a hoot, guys. You got to watch some of her content. She's a hoot. She get wound up. She gets on a roll. She's a lot of fun. Sometimes you got to think about her statement, but yeah, she's a lot of fun. I try to catch everybody's comments. It's hard to do. The other night, we was hitting over 100 before the first 30 minutes of the show, and I was like, I always get in a nightmare to try to keep up. Graceful year, 68. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Borden. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I got a gentleman that works for me. He's 66. And I love just sitting around. He'll come in here just to take a breather and a break. And we'll just sit around and we'll BS for 2 or 3 hours. Well, I'm going to get out there and finish up what I was doing. I was like, Mary Freeland, hello. Hang on, I got to holler at the 3-year-old. Just a second. I guess I got a 3-year-old going to keep me company while Mama went to the store to get her diapers.
Does you have one?
Yes.
Does you have one?
Yeah, I'm not their half of. Just yours. Yours and Mama's.
What?
Yep.
This name.
You're half a century. Ramona Perez. Yep, that's me. I'm a half a century plus one. You stay in here.
Okay.
Thank you. Mama will be back in a second.
Okay. This is you.
Yes, that's green nut.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Got a little bit of a sidetrack here. Yeah, New Dawn, that's what I was thinking about. You said you was 40. I was thinking, yeah, that's only 4,015 days younger than me. That ain't bad. That's pretty close. What?
I see first you.
You have to be quiet. I'm live.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, what's happened to the children growing up over the last half decade is perhaps century, even longer. Actually, it's been horrific. You have to be quiet, huh? Yes, that's a pad for my elbows. Yes. Anyway,
Papa, what is this?
nothing.
What's this?
Go play. Go upstairs and play.
Okay.
Okay.
What's me?
I didn't say go under the table and play. Go upstairs and play. You're middle age if you live to 106. That's funny, Keto. I don't have to shh. No one would watch me if I hushed the whole time. The cat, it can be. Sometimes it could be a living nightmare. Oh yeah, Margaret. She speaks half in Spanish and half in English. So there's times it's a. Luckily, I know a little bit of Spanish. Now, am I fluent? No. But I'm gonna tell you, she speaks half and half, and it can be a nightmare. Trying to figure out what she wants, what she needs, especially if she's crying, it makes it even worse. But I'll tell you, her vocal being able to speak has improved in the last 6 months tremendously to where it's more clear and she's talking in full sentences instead of just words. Anyway, she's over here whispering to me. It's in the fridge, hon. It's in the fridge. Ramona, yeah, it's like I said, it's a lot of fun at times, but it's a lot of work at times too. And then there's no relation to me, so there's times it's pretty trying there. Thank you, Keno, for dropping that again. Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away real quick from the fridge. Get some entertainment for her. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Oh. But anyway, all righty, we got. Yeah, well, I don't know who you are, man, and you ain't been in the chat. You ain't coming up. See you, bud. I don't know who the hell that was. I ain't been in the chat, and looks like that guy that likes to show his helicopter. That's usually a Friday night. I ain't gonna put up with that. Ramona Perez. Yeah, that's been a while back. Well, how do I get them piling in here now?
The back tire's low.
That was me earlier. Sorry, I changed my name every once in a while for smart ass purposes.
Yeah, at first I couldn't recognize who it was, and I couldn't hardly see, so I was like, "Yeah, no."
No, he's trying to beat me up. Give me a second. No, I'm sorry. Now let me alone, boy.
You sound like a child abuser.
I swear to God, I'm not abusing him. Much the opposite.
They have a way.
Ah!
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. All right, Laura Chickadee, hello. You about to get him whooped so you can get back on here, or what?
No, he wouldn't let me alone.
Ah, looks like he's about ready to make you pull your hair out.
Oh, he thinks he can whoop me, but what he doesn't realize is I have 40 or 30 something odd years of experience on him, and not too many people have been able to choke me out without not getting choked out themselves.
Is that
There's been
what
a
he's trying to
couple.
do?
All right, dude. You're going to get dropped, and it's not going to feel good.
Well, there went the camera. Well,
Give me a-
entertainment one way or the other around here. Like I say,
I've
you never
walked
know
in
what
past
to
to
do.
get my drink. It's in the mud.
So the cat, how you doing this evening, bud?
Oh wait, I just remembered.
Hang on one second.
Friday.
It's a what?
It's a very good Friday.
Good. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. How'd your garden work go today?
Oh, it's awesome. It is busting.
Everything's already sprouting and blooming, and
Yeah, I'm seeing my first pickles coming on.
oh heck yeah!
Peppers, whatever. Most of them, I got them for slicing and I got them for pickle. So, yeah, I'm seeing them. They're about an inch long. Everything climbing the fence. So,
Now is
all
that
good.
are you when you pickle? Do you use a water bath system or you use a pressure pot?
I use a water bath.
Okay.
I don't have a pressure cooker that's big enough to accommodate it.
Right.
So I'll boil them and do 8 at a time with a drop basket.
Okay.
And I don't know, it's probably close to a 4-gallon pot. Takes a while to get it warm, but once we do, we just run through it.
How long does it take you to do your water bath on them?
I'm wanting to say about 15 minutes around.
And you put 2 stacks, top and bottom. You put 2
Yeah.
layers. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yep.
I don't use the larger jars. I try and
Right.
stay away from. Mostly the smaller pint-sized jars, but wide mouth.
Right. Yeah. Those big jars get hard
Yeah.
to store.
It's
The
hard to
cabinet.
store. I mean, there's a lot more involved with it, and it takes longer in the process. But
You need heavier shelves, too.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
absolutely.
Mr. B, when you get done, you're more than welcome to come up. I shot you a link, and if you didn't get it, I know I sent yours and Keno's at the same time, so he got his. So hopefully you can have time to pop up. I know you probably wouldn't be here till 7:30 or later, because spending time with Mama. So,
Well, I think me and Nubs jumped in at the same time.
oh yeah, you bailed. He bailed in here, and then you. I mean, it was boom, boom.
Yep.
I
And
mean,
I didn't-
seconds apart.
I didn't want you out there standing alone.
I'll stand at the bus stop with you guys.
I'm so used
Hanging
to
out.
it, but it does make it nice.
I had an interesting experience earlier. I went on to just into the general chat of a chat site or a chat room on Face or on YouTube here. And one of the moderators asked if I was Nubs, the guy that argues in circles. And I said, how does one argue in circles?
What?
Like, isn't that like contradictory to argument?
Pretty
But
much.
like to go in a circle would be to come back to the same point. That's not an argument.
No, that's you. That's you.
and then
listening
she,
to you and only yours.
right. Then she proceeded to ask me if I was educated. I told her I did not find it necessary to go and acquire a large student loan to learn what I could learn for free.
Bingo.
Pretty simple answer. She said I did not answer her question.
Of course not.
She proceeded to insult me and whatnot, tell me how much she didn't want to hear what I had to say, but yet continued to talk to me. Then she said, Nubs, not a fan. I said I did not know that I had a channel to create content to receive fans. Apparently she knows something that I do not.
Creek Squad LO. Yeah, no kidding.
It was a rather interesting experience. Finally, it got to the point where she just kept on, and this is a moderator, mind you. She kept on going with it, and I was like, you know what? I'll tell you, I don't know who the hell you are, but I sure have a place for free in your head on a normal basis. So if there's anybody that is a fan, it would be you, because you know who I am better than I do, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey,
She stopped talking to me after that.
yeah. If you take up any more space in your head, you're going to have a zip code for it.
Right.
I mean, come on.
Well, I'm pretty sure she's of the blue persuasion,
Okay.
if that's a persuasion.
Already.
Smurfette.
Lack
More
of
than-
brains, lack of intelligence. She did mention, or I had said that I was not formally educated finally after she bitched about that. And then I said, however, I am a business owner. Are you? She proceeded to tell me how she was going to hire landscapers to do her stuff, and it would not be me. And I said, no, you're right. My customers actually care about their lawn. That's why they get top-notch service. Unlike some people. It was good
Well, I
times.
don't know who you're talking about, and I ain't going to bad now nobody, but it sounds like I have run into a few people that are very, and they said, well, we're just going to hire landscapers. Well, that doesn't mean you have a job. It doesn't mean you work. Doesn't mean you're educated.
Right.
You
Right.
can get married to a doctor or a lawyer, you know?
Right. Right. Anybody can hire anybody.
Yeah, you could be
Well-
a pretty little thing that got married and just got money running out your ears. Who knows?
This is about the most that I'm going to talk about it, because I, like you, do really not know this person. So I can't really, other than this experience, I don't think I've ever, I think I ran into her once on that chat site. But normally when people start spewing blue or red, either way, I kind of just look at them and say, yeah, we're done now. Like, ideology is confusing. So
I don't, yeah, I don't entertain. If someone's willing to talk and have a conversation, it's a two-way conversation, or even a debate that's two-way, I'm good with that. But when it's a one-sided conversation, you ain't changed your mind for nothing, I'm done. Moving
And-
on.
you can call somebody a dumbass or something like that, but once it gets more and it like that is your argument is spewing names.
Yep.
I
It's
can
already done.
definitely start off with, "Are you fucking serious, you dumbass?" I can do that without, like it's just how I speak. Yeah.
Well,
Now, if I'm sitting there insulting their mom,
yeah, no, I don't go to the. I got out of third grade a long damn time ago, and I stay out
right. There are certain places that I use tactfulness. I'll definitely say that. The ability to have a conversation with somebody that really doesn't want to hear what you have to say is a talent.
I've owned my own business since I was 19 years old. And
Right,
you know
right.
what? I'm a high school dropout.
You and me both.
And I want to tell you what, I can have a conversation with pretty much anybody out there and have an intelligent conversation. Yeah, that's your bottle. So, it's one of those deals. I don't care what
Whatever
people
they
say about-
taught me in high school, they did.
Well, high school, I'm going
Right.
to tell you something. There's only 3 things you need to learn in high school. In college is nothing but how to learn how to party and get a high dollar education that doesn't mean a damn thing in most fields. Most, not all, but most. I'm sorry. Nowadays, the colleges ain't what they used to be. Used to, you go to, some of us older people, I say older people, older than me and stuff, but went to college, they actually got taught what they was going in for. Now, that's a skill, because it's knowledge. But, anymore, I went to a college and I listened to some of the lectures. Hell, I go get the same damn lecture down here at the high school. It's just childish.
Well, they've dumbed it down.
Yes. Well,
They've dumbed it down, and the thing is why don't they teach about economics, like real economics, like how money actually works?
Teach them how. Yeah, teach them how to.
Or trust law.
Yeah, trust loan, reverse mortgage,
Constitutional republic law. How about these things? They don't teach them, and that's why our police officers don't even fucking know these things because they're willfully ignorant.
Ronnie York, hello. Good to see you coming in here. The cat, what's your take on this?
My take is
Look at the face I'm taking.
I never went formally to a college.
Right.
Vocational technical school. Got my applied education there.
Right.
Had me a shingle to hang on the wall. But I was successful as the men that had MAs, BAs next door.
Yep.
Uh,
That's it.
just have a want to get out there and show yourself, and it'll make a way for you.
Oh, absolutely. Strive to be better. And I'm gonna tell you what, if you leave a job site, no matter whether it's construction or any other site, and it's better than when you showed up, you've done your job.
If you strive to do everything in excellence,
Yep.
it's hard and demanding, and it requires the extra, but it will prove you out. It will make you invaluable to anybody you work for.
Yep.
It'll bring you to the top. And in those high level circular conversations,
Yep.
it's what if we don't have him, or what if we don't have this, or what if we don't have,
Oh, absolutely. And the funny thing is, I've been to some of these parties, these big rich parties, and you know what their biggest talk is on most of these people? Is they get to talk and they're talking about their house or something. Next thing you know, they go, well, who do you use to do some of this work? And they say, well, here's who I use. Next thing you know, your name's getting thrown around everywhere if you do a good job.
Exactly.
I mean, and I've got tons of jobs for that. I got tons of job offers for that. And I had to turn most of them down. I didn't have time for them all. And I wasn't trying to be rude, but I wasn't going to go hire a bunch of guys and then 6 months later have to turn them loose. Now they have, their families are starving because promised them a job I couldn't, provide.
And turds are a dime a dozen.
You damn right. You damn right.
They never
Sometimes.
Out and they never show up.
Yep, that's it. Yep. They show up long enough, say, hey, can I have advance on my check? And you give them, well, I'll give you what you work for today. You give it to them. Oh, no. They lay up the house drunk that night. They don't show up to work the next day. They're done.
Well, I think deep down, work ethic and very good teaching
Yep.
early in life. I heard some special stuff in the background earlier when you,
Yeah.
and you know what? God knows those teachable moments, and when they respond and do, it's priceless.
Oh, yeah. Al Bundy, hello. Welcome. I want to tell you what. The mind can only absorb what the ass can endure.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You get tired of sitting there. You're not listening no more. You're trying to think about everything, how to get out of there, what you're going to be doing, and why you want to get out of there. You're not thinking about anything that has to do with what they're teaching.
That's it.
Yeah. And that's just a fact of life.
Nub drop out, or you just drop?
I don't know.
I don't either. I just saw
I'm sure.
fear.
Well, and it sounded like his wife was talking to him, and the the boy's still jacking with him a little bit.
Yeah,
So he's probably got a lot of ruckus back there.
but no distraction there. I mean, that's
There he is. He's back.
normal for everyday life.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, that's part of it. We all have real lives. None of us are pristine. None of us are,
No,
got this place where we can go in our own little office and just have our own.
Yeah.
We don't have a penthouse office. Where we can lock the damn door or have a secretary allow who comes in and who don't. We all have normal lives, just like everybody in the chat. Everyone.
Whoa. I got a sexy secretary. She just doesn't answer the damn phones or do anything. But she's still my sexy secretary.
Hell yeah. Hey, she's like, that's the main thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And let's be honest, what's better than a little bit of candy for the eyes?
Yep. Yep. Don't like him, but he sure got some nice eye candy. Never seen her, but congratulations either way. Carol Z, hello, welcome. Yeah, it's one of those deals. You can get all walks of life and everything, and it's all in what you want to do and how you want to handle it. I mean, there's times I'd rather handle my own books than have somebody else handle them.
That's why I have a business partner.
Well, and
I'm telling
real
you,
leery
no.
about partners.
I'm telling you, normally I am, but this guy, he would give his left nut for me if he needed to. No shit. I've known him for fucking years. And normally I'm definitely agreeing with you. And the thing is
my brother's my right hand man.
This guy's kind of like my brother in a lot of ways. Yep. But he is definitely not a framer, nor is he a drywaller, nor is he an insulation guy. I had to fix some stuff that he was doing, and for some reason, the framing was crooked and short. And not on any kind of pattern. It was just kind of put in. The fiberglass insulation was the wrong size and put in over top of the studs. And then the drywall was screwed with long screws through the insulation that was on top of the studs and into the studs to hold it in place.
Wow.
Luckily, it was one wall. And it was done in screws, so I didn't have to fix much, put a couple of wedges in, move a couple of things left or right. And we're selling the house anyways, and it's getting drywalled, and nobody's going to know that it's off pattern studs. And there's more than what they need to be. So I said to hell with it.
They'll know when they go to hang a picture on the wall, they need to hit a stud.
There's plenty of them in there. It's probably closer to like 7.5 inch on center.
What? It cost you 3 times as much on that wall as it should have been.
And that's why I looked at him this morning and I said, you know what? This right here is prime example why you need to stay your happy ass in the office, and I need to keep my hands on the tools that make that office happen.
There you go.
And we respectfully agreed.
Maybe he did that on purpose so he wouldn't have to do it again.
I'm pretty sure he did, because how do you put the thing on top? Like, who does that? I looked at him. I was like, no, you can claim that I do some dumb shit, but this is like top-notch dumbass. And I know what it was. He was down there and he was pissed off that I wasn't there because I was supposed to be there, but I was tied up in Michigan. And when I say tied up, I called him and said, yeah, I'm staying here an extra day. So nevertheless, it may have been intentional and it may not have been intentional. I do not know, but it was definitely fucking wrong.
Okay. So I'm supposing that you're going to turn this or flip this.
Yeah. You want to buy it? We have renters in it already.
No,
it's turnkey.
It's been enhanced load bearing.
Yes.
That's a sell point.
That is true. And we did actually, that's what I was doing the other half of the day after fixing all that shit, is the people that we bought it from, they did the enhancement on the one side, but they forgot to fix the other side. So it kind of was really steady and didn't squeak on one side. And like, yeah, on the other side, that's not the case. So I went in there with some floor jacks and some levels on top, and we leveled her up. She's, what is it, 1894 or something like that was when the house was built. So she was squeaking a little bit today.
With good bones, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, a lot better bones than what she had. She had some osteoporosis, to say the least.
Like,
Hey,
you
Ramona
know,
Perez, just be careful of too much candy. Give you cavities. And Wyatt
Unless
Earp,
it's candy from the door, or go ahead.
Yeah, that's it.
Unless it is candy from 3 doors down, in that case, she will probably give you arrest papers if you're at her window and she doesn't want you there.
So sometimes she does and sometimes she don't.
Hey, sometimes she's sweet and sometimes she's sour. She's like those Sour Patch Kids.
I call that a perhaps. Perhaps. You never know what you got.
Pop up and find out. That's how I look.
Yeah, Ramona Perez. Yeah, once I encountered a handyman who didn't know what the hell drywall was. He asked me, was it wet before? This idiot went to college.
What?
I've never heard of a wet wall.
Why?
I've heard of moisture barrier for preventing a wet wall.
Oh my God.
I've heard of vapor barrier to prevent a wet wall.
I've
Never. How can you not know what drywall? Like, seriously, this generation coming in, we're gonna be some valuable men. Even if you can't pick that damn hammer up to swing it, your knowledge is gonna be powerful.
Oh yeah. Well, just go back to the original word and start calling it gypsum board.
Right.
You know.
Really confuse them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, go grab that bag of gypsum. What?
Yeah. Go grabbing that bucket of gypsum.
Well, shit, anymore, you don't even need to send them for a fucking board stretcher. Send them for a fucking tape measure, and they'll still come back 2 hours later bewildered.
And stare at it.
Well, and then they're going,
It's
they're
me.
going, we cut it 3 times and it's still too damn short. What the hell's going on?
Say, I don't know. I do something every year for an annual sales thing. If you don't mind if I say something, like it's not gonna affect you, it would only affect me if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
I build cedar planters.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I generally do them for the most part custom order.
Right.
And I'm doing my spring cedar planter sale. If anybody's interested, I can throw my email in the chat.
Why
So-
what's the difference between wet wall and dry wall?
A
I can show
happy
you wet.
woman.
I can show you a wet wall. It was all laying on the floor after 239,000 gallons went through my bottom apartment. Yeah, that's wet wall.
That's never fun.
Now it only cost me 20 grand. Yeah, I was not a happy man. And I turned it in as a police report because people upstairs cut all the pipes when I made them move out, so we weren't paying rent. And so they cut all the pipes and left everything plugged and turned on all the water and stuff, and left. And I was,
Nice.
I wasn't down here every day. And the city come by and said, "Hey," and they called me and said, "Hey, we had to shut off your water over there at the apartments." I said, "Why?" They said, "Well, it was running down the street." I come over here and open this bottom apartment. I want to tell you what. Luckily, there was no one living here. But the bad thing was the power was still on. It's a wonder it didn't burn down the whole damn complex.
Ooh.
But yeah, every bit of sheetrock off the walls, the ceiling was on the floor. And it was hot because during the summer, the ceiling fans, with all that humidity, the blades had warped down. They was cupping down. Yeah.
Well,
That's because they make them out of MDF anymore.
Oh yeah.
the upside of that is you didn't have trap areas up there that was wet and damp to create the mold afterward.
That's it.
When it comes down on its own, it will dry out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we went upstairs and ripped the carpet out of that place. And the wood floors were still in good shape.
Yep.
But downstairs was So then I just turned it into a townhouse.
There you go.
And it was a 1-bedroom apartment up there and a 1-bedroom down here, and I turned it into a 2-bedroom upstairs with a bathroom and a sitting room, and a kitchen, laundry room, bathroom, and living room down here. Now, I moved in here. I ain't renting no more. People just don't take care of shit.
Dang Georgia mosquito trying to get inside of my neck.
I seen that. Look like a hummingbird.
He cruised by and I heard this beep.
Oh, they're not bad down there in Georgia. Up here, they'll either take half your blood or they'll take your child.
Oh no.
Every once in a while, you'll see kids flying through the air trying to squirm and shit, and then as they're flying through the air, they're shrinking, and you see this mosquito getting bigger. It's really a weird fucking sight.
Around here, if you let them on them, you can watch them grow red till they burst.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Also, they try and have sex with helicopters.
I lived down in Atlanta for a while, and my brother lives in Florida, so I ran that Georgia-Florida line a couple of times through Valdosta.
Yeah. Well, that's about
one of the three times I ever stopped at a strip club in my life. Just never really any interested. But that Valdosta, man, I was driving for a while and it looked better than a car accident. So I stopped and I sat in the back and ordered a Coke and Wouldn't you know, it just happens to be the table that all of the dancers sat at when they weren't dancing.
How many
We're
dollars
talking,
a day?
what's that?
How many dollars you lose that day?
None.
Well, I was going to say that's probably the most expensive soda pop he's ever bought.
No, the soda was expensive, but I won't pay for sex, nor will I pay for somebody to look sexy in front of me. That's expected.
That's
Yeah.
Good man.
But we did have some interesting conversations about landscaping. That was rather interesting because they're sitting there in little to nothing, if not nothing.
Well, lived.
And, you know, I mean, I am a man. Like, I won't pay for it, but if it's in front of me and it's free, I mean, I might look once or twice. I mean, it was an interesting conversation. Short Coke break, and I realized that when you're in the bordello of hell, that you better keep your eyes closed and open at the same time.
Yeah, you met Sodom and Gomorrah all at the same time, all in one stop.
Yeah, I've only done that a couple of times. And one of them was like literally we went in through the back room because my buddy was supposedly dating this one stripper and walked into the back, and you know, they're all getting ready and everything, and you don't give it any mind. Like, they're just doing their job. Like, I don't agree with their job, but that's their job. Yeah, I'm not going to walk up to a plumber and be like, "Hey, your ass is showing."
9 out of 10, they are.
That's what I'm saying. So why would it be any different for a stripper if you don't care that she's naked?
I totally get it. Yeah.
Trudy Huddleston. Yeah, here in Oklahoma, there's 2 gypsum plants.
No mosquitoes.
Yeah, that Valdosta. There wasn't nothing there. I'm telling you, nothing there but a strip joint.
Valdosta is one of our state college towns. And the other thing that's there is a very, very good drag strip, South Georgia Motor Complex. And it's one of the top-notch tracks. Next one
Well,
down
on
is
that
Florida.
on that highway, there ain't nothing but that strip joint, and I think it's intentional.
It is.
They probably
one-
bought up all the land just so they don't.
That's you know, you're cruising down a straight long highway and there's nothing to do but one of them and a little honky tonk bar.
Yep, and I don't drink at all, so yeah, like, what do you do?
Yeah. That's familiar territory. It's Valdosta is about, well, from my house it's 102 miles, the same to Gainesville. I used to do the racing circuit. It's an equal distance to both of them, so whichever one you wanted to go to.
Yeah. Well, we better get.
Did you build your cars?
Pardon?
Do you build your own cars when you was doing
Yes,
it?
I used to.
And what kind of what you
You used to? Did you use?
When I got hurt, I had to get drag race. My back won't take it anymore.
So you was in drag strip?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the acceleration in G is too violent for me.
It does put a lot of pressure on your back.
Oh, listen, I had vehicles that would launch that you'd break a helmet on the head backstop. It
Yep.
cracked fiberglass helmet leaving.
What kind of tax did you run?
Quarter mile.
No, tachometer.
Oh, son, pro comp.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Hey, Ron.
sad. My mom,
Times life, whatever the current one was.
Right.
My mom was part of the original development team for the original Monster Tack,
Okay, yeah, the big,
like the
white
old the Autometer.
yeah,
Yeah. Big old white background in it.
Yep.
I'm familiar with it. And shift light to the side usually, or sometimes it would illuminate within.
Yep.
You could also dial up
Yep.
where it had memory, and it would show your full speed RPM.
Yep.
You could push the button, and it would go back and show you where you topped out and your shift points.
Yeah, you show you your peak RPMs. Yeah. Yeah, those pretty nice. I
Yeah.
remember them.
Their advertisement back in the I don't even remember when it was because it was before I was born, but it had a monster with his hands out like this right in the front of the shirt.
Mhm.
Needless to say, it was not a very good shirt for everybody.
No, it looked like you were handling.
Love handles.
Bling.
Yeah, it's one of those shirts that you look back and say, did somebody think this through or not think this through?
I think it was very, very well thought out, and they did it on purpose.
They
was a selling-
It made it the seller.
Yep.
Accidentally on purpose.
Yep. Then they played innocent when someone called them out on it. But back then, no one got called out on crap. You know, you put out what you look. You remember the Coors Light commercials and the Budweiser commercials and all them?
I'd take those Bud Light. I'd take those commercials over today's commercials any day for Bud Light.
I won't do. Bud Light sucks.
Have you seen the newest commercials?
No.
Never mind.
The man,
Jack,
the other one.
I think it was Jack Daniels just put out a thing. In 2020, he put out a drag queen commercial in between his whiskey barrels. He has ripped it down and taken it all down, and he doesn't want nothing to do with that no more. You know, that was the
Well-
end fad at the time, and he was trying to up his sales. And that's by all the whiskey barrels, and he had 3 dudes that was dressed up, you know, kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't have dated any of them. Anyway, yeah, it's nasty. And yeah, that was nothing to do with that. He dropped it.
That individual that went before Joe Biden, because they've been apparently changed some miraculous way. Budweiser hired them to do the can, and I'm pretty sure they're regretting it because already you had to be questionable if you're drinking Bud Light. Second off, you put that on there and no one's going to buy that can at the bar. Like, no man would ever. No, they just literally committed suicide as a company. It's hilarious, and rightfully so. When you deal in the devil don't play fair.
Well,
I'd have a hard time putting my
Maybe-
mouth on a bottle or a can. They had that on there.
Yeah,
they all told
You have to pay the tax.
what they
Or
all
he don't deny, he's usually not in here till 8:30 or later. Ronnie, he's usually a late bloomer. Bud Light headed. Yeah, Ramona Perez.
And I'm so we gotta go back.
don't say that to somebody. That's like worse than that's like a really big insult.
Ooh,
It's like calling them racist.
Worse.
yeah, Ramona is salty.
Worse. Because
Ramona is-
racism can be disputed. Racism can be changed. You can't fix stupid.
No, you're right about that. That's
Yeah, Creek. We rotated him over here, or he rotated over. Yeah, John H. This Bud Light, this year's Bud Light counter is going to be nuts.
Oh no!
light. Yeah.
Oh,
That's a good one. I don't care who you are.
you could do an alcohol calendar. Well, the thing is at least go after like an alcohol like Kinky or something, feminine related. I guess they did Bud
Yeah.
Light.
Or add an S to that, Slinky.
Mhm.
But one of the old adages that got passed around where I have worked and sat in some of those circular conversations with the big guys. Management reserves the right to manage or mismanage as they see fit.
Correct. Mismanage is what they usually do.
Normally, that's the call they side with till they get a little education, and this ain't working like that.
Mary Freeland Jack Daniels has been renamed to Jill Daniels.
The Jack and the Jill.
Yeah, that's
Wouldn't that be Shill Daniels?
oh, probably.
Or the
Yeah,
only
Or Shim Daniels?
that stuff's getting plumb out of hand, all over. All over.
it has.
I say we start revolting. I say we start having a national day of pride for what we are.
Human.
Yes. Yes.
I am a
Sane.
created as I was created.
Yep.
Sane. Human works. Male and female works.
Yep.
Procreators works.
What was that
Like
in
we
West
can even go into some of the naughty words. Like I'm okay with that, but let's just have a day for it.
Well, I read a little article today. It said, I think it was in West Virginia. They went to Supreme Court about this transgender guy on the Olympic swim, or not on the Olympic swim team, but I can't remember his college or high school team, in their dive and swim team. And they wanted it out, and Supreme Court wouldn't hear the damn case. I don't know if that's the main Supreme Court or if that's the state Supreme Court. I don't know which one it was.
No idea.
They don't care what their property does. As long as it does not do what it's not supposed to do, that's it.
Yeah.
Let them have what's the old adage? Give them tea in circuses or cake in circuses.
Yeah.
And what do we have? We have football and Bud Light.
John H. says it was a U.S. Supreme Court, so it was federal court. Okay. I think it should be down to the county. I'm sorry. It should be the county and the state. It should have never went to
Personal level.
Yeah. It should have never left the state.
Personal level. I don't run around saying what I am, and you have to follow some sense of ethics. In natural law, there's a male and there's a female. So natural law is the most supreme law as far as I know.
Yep. Supreme law of the land.
There it is. There it is. That's it.
Well, and here's the deal. In the old saying, only the strong survive. What's these ones that's right in the middle? What's going to happen to them? Apparently, they don't know.
Well, they are strong. Just look at what happened over in the school. They're so strong against, defenseless teachers and defenseless children. They're very strong.
Oh, yeah, against 9-year-olds and women. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. I thought it was interesting that
Go ahead.
there was a Madonna scheduled a bunch of tour dates over there to celebrate and raise money and awareness for the community that was affected.
I don't like Madonna. I don't trust Madonna. I think I'm sorry.
No. The community that was affected.
Yeah.
You're not thinking
John
of
H.
the right effect.
Right. I know what you're talking about now. I had to think about it a second.
Okay.
To raise money for the community affected.
Yeah.
What if he
that was
gave it to her and
transgender.
nobody showed up?
What, the cat?
I said, what if you had a tour or gave a tour and nobody showed up for it?
That would be
That'd be
embarrassing.
interesting.
I gotta answer somebody in the chat. John H. has stopped enforcement until it goes through the state. It was basically on injunction until the case is determined. Yeah, because John H., the U.S. Supreme Court, the only power it has is to give them they can't judge nothing. All they can do is just render their constitutional advice of how it needs to be handled. It gets sent back down and it has to be voted constitutionally. That's what they're supposed to do.
I think
And honestly, that one has, in my opinion, it has very little to do with constitutional law. It would go to a higher supremer law. Like I was saying, not to beat a dead horse, but I'm hitting it again.
they've rendered an opinion by count of consensus, not necessarily always following the law.
Very rarely.
Chuck, hello, welcome in. When I looked at your little, I looked at your, hell, you got more subscribers and got about as many shows as I got, but you're doing pretty good on yours. So welcome in. I read one of yours that says you wish you was gay, which, hey, it is what it is. It is.
Well, the thing is I don't agree with it personally for my life, but I'll sure not tell anybody what they're doing is wrong because that's not going to get any good results. I can show them what they're doing is wrong through the life that I live.
Here's the bottom line. You got to remember, what somebody else does behind closed doors ain't a
Their
damn
business.
bit. It ain't none of my damn business. I don't care where it is. I don't care what you're doing. As long as it don't affect me or little kids, like drugs and shit, I don't care what you do. That's your business. Live your life. Just don't push it on, little children or me. I'm going to live
Cause
my
no
life.
loss, injury, or harm.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. And that's really how I see it. Like personally, I think they should decriminalize drugs as a whole, because if we have a legal market that is controlled by the FDA, let people be dumb. Maybe that's the wrong attitude to have, but if you're going to be a meth head, you're going to find it. And if it's legal, at least you're not going to do dumber shit.
Well, here's the thing. Like marijuana, there's a reason they didn't legalize marijuana forever. Because the government made more money off of it than the people selling it. It was all about the bucks. It's the same thing with the methamphetamines. The methamphetamines, it was designed in the Vietnam War by the United States government. So we'd have an elite fighting force, and it was taken off the drugs that was made for Hitler's, which was amphetamines. And his guys would stay up for 3 days, didn't eat much, and would be alert. And so the United States government took that, and you can ask any sheriff or anybody that knows anything about history. The United States government went back in Vietnam War and took and added the meth part to the amphetamines. And they had the elite fighting force. They did. But the bad thing is, half the people that was up and cook it, when they got out, they took it home with them. They took the recipes home with them because they knew how to do it. And that's where it spread. And that's the whole beginning of this whole damn thing. The government started this crap, and now everybody else gets punished for it. Don't throw them in prison. Throw them in a rehab. Get them cleaned up. And I think the government ought to pay for every bit of it. To be honest with you. I mean,
if the government, the thing about that is we are the government. We are their fucking trust. We are every bit of that money. And I understand where you're saying, we need to do something. I agree. However, you and I we have all seen people that are just simply, they're done. They're gone. There is not a rehab for some people. They're just gone.
That's the ones I call perma-fried. Because
Right.
they're permanently fried. John H., yes. That is what Jacob's Ladder was all about. Yep. You are correct.
I mean, there's definitely an aspect of care and compassion. I will give you that. However, if you are willfully ignorant, your
there-
ignorance is your own.
Yeah, there ain't no changing that. You can't change people's minds.
I think it was Davy Crockett, if I remember correctly, when he was a senator. I could be wrong on the who had said it, but there was a senator once. I'll preface it with that, who was talking about a fire that happened in Washington D.C. and Congress got together and they were looking to allocate funds for said fire for the relief. And this man stood up and he said, "No, no, no, no. My delegates did not send me here to spend their money on some fire that happened just by circumstance. Absolutely not. That is not their responsibility, and this bill will not pass." And sure as
That's
hell
a
it
state's-
didn't.
That's the state's responsibility.
Absolutely. And that's why, like that guy down in Tennessee, I think it was just recently, I didn't agree with his message. In fact, I think there's a lot of points in his message that were very, very disturbing. Nevertheless, he has every damn right that I do to say what I want. So why is he being reprimanded and removed from a position of that was elected?
Right.
He came there to do exactly what he did. And that was the intent of the people. Otherwise, they would not have hired him for that job.
Well, and you got to look at that stuff, and a lot of people forget about a lot of that. But here's a problem: when they get into politics, they're scorned and warned and told and bought out to follow party lines. That's the dumbest thing there ever was. That's why I hate parties. Because used to, when people go to Congress, it was a bunch of people from all over the United States. They'd show up in a room. They'd all cuss and discuss what their state wanted, and that's what they'd take home. And then it would go to the people in each of the states to vote on it, and each state would bring back the vote, and then they voted on by each state which one was going to go through and which one wasn't. We haven't got to sign any bill since 1984.
Well, that's because it's way too slow that way. Come on, get with the planning. Plan.
Well, and that's bullshit. That doesn't leave it up to the people. Then that takes it.
So
on the
what do-
people.
I guess my question is what do we as the people, like, what is the remedy that we really truly have as a whole? Because there's good people like you, like the cat here. I can name a bunch of very good patriotic, and when I say patriotic, I mean we love the place we live. We love
Correct.
the people that we love. I'm not
Correct.
talking about a tie to a corporate federation or anything like that.
No, people in general.
But my neighbors, even though they're old coots and I don't really like them, I would still lay down my life to protect them if need be, because that's the people we need. So we've got a bunch of good people like the three of us and everybody else mentioned. What do we do in a situation like this? Because we're looking at, I don't know about you guys, but come June, July, we're all kind of in for a whole new world. Like, it's Disney all over. And I don't want to be Disney on Ice.
Yeah, I know that's right.
Well, I saw headlines today, and that was all I saw. And I had a little discussion with my daughter, and she enlightened me in reflection to what you just stated, that they censored and removed the one man who was sent there to do what he was sent to do. And he was voting on the consensus of people's opinion, which is what he's supposed to represent anyhow.
Yep.
So
how do
but
you
who are the
remove-
people that
how do you do that? I don't understand.
Well, that falls back to what's the word? Hang on just a second, guys. It's called that's where everybody that was against him for speaking for the people, they tried to remove him or got him removed,
Yes.
were all derelict of duty. That's the word I was looking for. Because every one of them did not uphold their duty, which was to the oath. And the oath is there to protect the people, not the government.
I have
Period.
to agree. And I could not dispute what she informed me of. And that was my younger daughter enlightened me with that, and I came away with a different perspective because all I did was read to catch the headline.
Well, congratulations. It sounds like you have some smart kids.
I do. I
Good.
do. Absolutely.
Stephanie, hello. Yeah, it sounds like you got some smart kids.
Smart
and
children are a father's pleasure.
I want to tell
they
you what,
are
it's
truly
it's
a
our future.
blessing. And as I often say, there's something I can learn every day if I'll listen.
That's it. Hey, I want to tell you what. I had a 15-year-old was talking to me and giving me his points of view on some things because he knew I was big into the politics and stuff. And my stepson, he says, "Well, I feel it's this, and this." And I was listening to him. I gave him time to talk. And I didn't try to correct him. And the more I listened to him, the more I thought, this 15-year-old is as smart as me, if not smarter. This guy, he knows. He sees it in his shoes. Now he words it different.
Yeah.
But we both had the same ending. We both had the same ending. He's seen it right up front too.
Yeah, I did. I really need to get a job.
His secretary's giving him what for, it sounds like.
No, the little man and I are going to war tomorrow.
Oh,
He is very passionately involved in some epic airsoft battles that I will be engaging with.
That'll work.
I got them police ones they use for training, and the
Should get
guns
one.
feel just like the real weights.
Yeah.
Yeah, the real gun. But you better have flak jackets on and headgear and stuff, because if not, this will rip holes in your skin. These things are wicked, and they're all air compressed. You pump them up with this little
Pull that off.
a little compressed air deal. And it
Hang
doesn't go by
on.
the cartridge.
Hang on.
Willie
Okay,
D, hello.
mind you, my son is 13.
Oh yeah, I got one that looks about like that. Yep.
Yeah.
I got two of them. Yeah, it's got all them little hard plastic BBs in it. They will
Yep.
rip your skin open.
And you look like you've been welted with blueberries.
And
Yep.
that's if you're wearing pads.
Yeah.
Because if you ain't wearing pads, you're gonna have. They'll say everywhere you got hit, because you will have
Yeah.
blood trickling
got
out.
shot
I
in the
promise.
Give me my schmug.
Tell me I got shot. Tell him I got shot.
This is
But we do got to be careful showing.
Yeah.
oh, it's an airsoft gun. It's not an actual gun. That's why I showed the pellet.
Yeah, but it's still the same thing. They don't want to show any of them on YouTube.
Are you serious? Nothing. My
Yes.
apologies.
No, you're
They
good.
differentiate.
I thought they had airsoft channels. I was just watching some airsoft channels the other day.
On YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Till
Oh,
you
yeah,
can.
tons of airsoft.
Yeah, that's why I definitely specified airsoft.
Yeah, no, and
Yeah.
I got, like I said, I got lots of them. I think I got 28 handguns and 2 ARs and
Handgun?
3 long rifles.
This is how I was going in. So they weren't lighting me up because obviously the old man on the field, I'm obviously a freaking target.
Caught him in the face of mine.
Yeah, get rid of the anchor. We got to move on.
I had to take off the charging bolt because I need a new one. Ooh, this
it's
gun needs
still
a
a Friday. What's the count up to right now, Shane?
62.
Okay.
It's been fluctuating in between 90, 100, and down to 60, and then go back up. It's all dependent on the subject. They'll bounce somewhere else, and then the subject changes, and it goes the other way.
Okay.
And it does that.
What?
I mean, I watched it jump down to 40 one night, and then conversations changed. And hell, by the time we was done, I think there was 100 and some in the room. So it just bounces all over, which is good. Fluctuation in your numbers is what you want to see. That means they're coming
yeah.
and going. You're going to have a lot of people come in and listen to your conversations.
And often you can't manage what you can't measure.
That's it. That's
So
it.
you take that measurement of how it's flowing and you present it against topical issues.
Yep.
What is being discussed? And there's a direct correlation.
Yep. It sounds like, looks like Mr. B might have fell asleep after his damn meal. I figured he'd be in here by now. He's always a great one to have up here. Him and
He's-
D-Dog.
I call
And then
them
you-
the heavy hitters. They
You call
make
them the what?
Heavy
Cat,
hit-
what'd you call? Sorry,
they make
lag.
that and always bring a point of knowledge to the table.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you got to bring the knowledge and you got to bring a little fun. So you don't, like I said, the brain can only absorb what you ask and endure.
It's a balance.
Yes, it
It's
is.
a delicate balance.
Ramona Perez, I don't know what Nerf one is called, but I think it's called a child's toy, but I don't know.
Well, I'm going to step off for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce too. I apologize, but I've got to take care of a wrestling match that this kid thinks he wants.
All right. Then you all got to give me, I've been sitting here for an hour and a half and not have went to the gentleman's room. You two keep this conversation going for a second. Let me take care of that and I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you too.
Kind of what I had in mind, but it'll wait. We'll
I'm
keep
okay
going.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing my planter sale there. That's always pretty fun. Jump a bunch of money right in the spring. It's all what's that?
Yeah, I say you said they were cedar.
Mm-hmm.
You source that locally, or is
Yep.
that
It's all recycled and upcycled cedar scrap.
okay?
So it's all the extra cutoffs from fences and stuff. That way it doesn't go to waste, and I don't have to burn it. And a lot of it I do end up burning, but I burn it for the flower boxes themselves.
Right.
It's a process called shishugiban. And basically you burn off the softwood
Okay.
and you brush that out, and then you add oil, and it makes them pretty watertight.
Okay. Do they still carry the cedar aromatic?
They
portion
have
of
a
that,
they
or
have a
seal
they have a smoky cedar to it.
it. Okay.
So it's very aromatic, but it's a different
Yeah.
aromatic. It's like you're smoking some salmon with cedar.
Okay. Like on
So
cedar pickle served up. I get it.
Yep.
I was unfamiliar with terminology there. So
Yeah, Shishugiban doors have been found in Japan and stuff like that. They run like 1,000 years old type deal. No problems.
One thing
Because
one problem you're going to have with a planter and cedar, especially if it's being aromatic, a lot of plants won't grow very well in cedar because the cedar strips out all the pH of yours.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you get
They're lined. They're lined.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say now cedar bark won't do that, but the actual
Right.
cedar wood will.
right.
It's not
And
good. For
It'll
vegetables.
also the thing about it is when you burn them also, it changes the obviously it changes to like a charcoal, so it's more neutral as well.
I
Correct.
kind of get that.
So
yeah, it seals the wood. That's what it does.
yeah.
It seals-
Nevertheless, I don't do that on all of them. That's a custom thing because it takes me time,
Right.
And then if you want them sealed in different things, like I've had some that I've sealed in resin. So it made like it was really fucking cool. Then I got a job, and she had us redo her, just freshen up the landscaping and stuff around her fire pit, and we put in rock instead of fabricated boulder, and then we pulled up the existing and relaid the patio because it was really bad. But then I built her a set of cedar and whitewood Shishugiban benches and little end tables, and I'm telling you, those things turned out just beautiful. Like that Shishugiban, I'm telling you, I did all the whitewood in the Shishugiban and left all the cedar and just treated it with linseed oil cut with water, or no, cut with oil, cut with something. I don't remember what it was. Anyways, lacquer thinner, I think. Anyways, I sealed them all, and it darkened the cedar just a little bit. Telling you, they were just gorgeous.
Tongue oil does a real good job too when you want to just clear seal.
What? Yeah, tongue oil.
Yep, that works really well too.
She wanted more of a natural, so I said linseed oil because, well, what's linseed oil but fucking linseed that are pressed for their oil? It's pretty natural.
Linseed oil is awesome. It is used in so many different applications.
Only thing is about linseed oil is it will lynch out of the wood after a while. That's what happens to your wheelbarrows and stuff. And that's why I started using tongue oil, because tongue oil actually glazes over, and it makes like a epoxy almost.
Really?
After you get a couple coats on it, wheelbarrow handles, stuff like that. Yeah.
Can you buff it out?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
And I'm assuming that'll increase your ply strength because it anneals better.
Yes.
Well, back to that forbidden subject, I've done good hardwood walnut stocks with that before.
Yep.
With tongue oil?
Yes, and they turned out marvelous. It brought all the eyes and the grain structure.
Yes, it does.
It was,
and it's almost transparent, so it doesn't really change the color of your wood
unless it's tinted. That's exactly correct.
Now, linseed oil is a little different. It doesn't matter when you're using linseed oil. You're just doing shovel handles and wheelbarrows and your typical wooden stuff. Especially if you're trying to bring back an old piece for nostalgia to hang on your wall or sell to somebody because they like it and they want to hang it in their garden or something.
Yeah.
And that's when you use that. But other than that, when I started using tongue oil, I'll tell you what, that stuff is just phenomenal.
Normally, I don't. Go
ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm being rude.
My experience with it has only been on redoing stock. That is the only exposure to that. But linseed oil, boiled, non-boiled, two different types of it. They're used in various industries and crafts. You could actually preserve the patina on metal, and it will protect rusty metal.
Yes, it will. Yes, and it gives it the patina look that everybody wants.
Yes.
And you can spray it on. It's a good thing about it.
Absolutely.
It's thin enough. Where tongue oil is not. Yeah. John H. says beeswax.
Yes.
Yep.
I've used that on a lot of leather products over the year. Snowproof boots. There's nothing like good real beeswax to snowproof and protect the leather on boots from snow and moisture.
I redid I had some old horse harnesses from the 1800s. And you know, here's how old they are. You can look at the very ends and you can still see where the straw, where they bundled it up and they wrapped the leather around it and sewed it on. I still got
Mhm.
all of them, and I made mirrors out of some of them. I got one hanging here, right here in my house, and I gave the rest of them away for Christmas presents. But and I used beeswax on them after I got them. First thing I do, since it was from the 1800s, I had to scuff them a little bit, and then I had to pull out all the dirt and grime.
Mm-hmm.
So I used a leather cleaner. Boy, that was a nightmare. And then I tried to. You know that stuff you put on new leather? It's you call it new leather because it makes the old look new. I tried that on one of them. That didn't work with a crap.
Yeah.
Not on this whole leather because this is true old leather. So
That-
I used beeswax. Son, it turned out beautiful, nice, good. You can pretty much blow it off with a blower when it
Yep.
gets dusty. Just beautiful.
And a little bit of warmth makes it soak in even,
Mhm.
straight into it.
Yep. Mhm.
Have you ever used olive oil for
Yes, I have.
redoing leather?
Yep. That I have.
I found that worked quite well.
Yes, I have. I have used
So-
that too.
Actually, Decat, if you don't mind, I do have a couple of quick questions for you that if they are too long, please refrain. I'm not trying to keep you on because I also have a wrestling match that I'm late for now. When you were building race cars and stuff, did you build with fiberglass as your primary exterior body components?
On the original one, it was fiberglass. It was 57 Corvette.
Nice.
Did you
he-
fabricate them?
An F&G gas. Yeah, and it was totally tubbed. Had a four link, Dana 60 under it, shortened.
Was that a kit car? Kit body?
No, this was
So
all
you-
hand fabricated.
Okay. good
Did
job.
you fabricate it personally?
Part of it, yes.
When you did the fenders and stuff, what did you use for reinforcement? The reason I'm asking is I've got a truck that I'm thinking very seriously about modding out just because I have the interest in doing it because I know I can make money off of it because if I do it, people are going to want it.
Woven
I make
glass,
money.
Woven
What's that?
glass.
Yep. I have a
And
friend of mine. I have a friend of mine that's got he bought out a bunch of boat material.
That'll do
And
it.
so it's good strong stuff, but my thought was, have you ever or do you have any experience with the fiberglass rebar that they've came out with recently in the past couple of years?
I've seen it. I've not worked with it or used it.
So it's flexible in long stretches, but not flexible. It's rigid the shorter you get it. And short pieces are very rigid. And my thought, and I'm asking because of the experience with the fiberglass. In your experience, would you say that would be more beneficial as a solid rod, or would a open gap be more efficient to create strength pressure areas for bends and stuff?
I'm not sure that you can bend it to the contour that you want.
No. That the contour of that would only be in straight lines. I'm saying for strength. Because normally, you know how you put the piece of foam in the back, and then you put the fiberglass up over the foam, and that's how you get some strength.
To
Because
lay
it
it
gives
up,
it,
yeah.
yeah, when you're laying it up and stuff. My thought is instead of using that piece of foam that is just a piece of foam in your shit, like doesn't serve any purpose. If I were to use that fiberglass rod, my thought would be that it would really increase the rigidity of those panels.
Well, you can always go back to the old style too and use plywood. Real plywood. I'm not kidding. Then fiberglass it. 'Cause
Well,
that
Yeah,
plywood
but I'm talking about manufacturing things for your truck. Are you going to buy my fiberglass plywood? Yeah, probably not.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. It's how we
It's
build.
strong.
It's strong as hell.
It is, I agree, hands down. It's also at that point, depending on how many layers of fiberglass you've put on, somewhat bulletproof. There are tests out there that you can advertise as that. That might be something worthwhile.
Yep, that's what I
I
would do.
could tell you on one occasion, I knew a man that built a 69, I believe it was, Corvair Monza. It was the one with the turbo edition.
Mhm.
Okay.
And he went around all his fender wells and widened them. He made a wide body kit out of it. But he used copper tubing and glassed into that. And the copper
Okay.
tubing was conforming to his wheel wells, put a flipper chin bar across it, and
Yeah,
That makes,
yeah, you
I
can
like,
recommend it.
that
I
was
have a
his
bunch of copper
approach.
tubing too.
Yeah.
Well, the
I
funny thing
like
is, you can
that.
go in with the aluminum and do the same thing.
Right.
It's
I
a
don't
little
have
light.
aluminum. I have a bunch of tube though.
I got
But
so much aluminum.
he had like 3/8 copper tubing,
Yeah.
Yep.
and he sheet metal screwed that in right into the existing panels that were on the car, and then he did the glass over and worked it in.
Yep.
And it was, I mean, you know, it was show car quality when he got done.
Oh yeah.
I've got a 3rd gen Dodge Ram 2500. You know, so, and it's got a lift kit with 20-inch rims, and I mean, I got it for cheap. I got it for like $4,000, and it had great mileage on it. It was in pristine condition, and I got it a while back. It's steal of a deal. Brand new tires, though. Like literally the lift kit and the tires and the rims were what I paid for, and everything else came for free.
I was gonna say, hell, it was $5,000 just for the lift kit, the tires, and the rims.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You bought
And
somebody's
so,
bank account for a good price then.
well, actually, I think it was one of those situation of providence. You know, I put out that I needed a good quality truck, and I was diligent, and, you know, I saved, and I did my due diligence. And great is the reward for those that are obedient.
Oh yeah.
You know, and since,
Hello. Go ahead.
what's that?
I was just saying hello to Digging Up Carolinas.
No, but since then, I had a landscaper that I had hired for the summer, and he was still learning at how to flip wheelbarrows.
Okay.
And my truck was his learning experience.
Wow.
And the window replacement was more expensive than the fiberglass that I had. And so now it's going to be, I'm going to put a stereo system into it because I have the stuff. It's not like I'm spending money on this stuff. I literally have it sitting. And if I'm going to do all this, I've decided that I kind of want to build it up and have a fun truck because we've got plenty of work trucks. I can use the work truck for work. Go figure.
Yeah.
But I can definitely, your fiberglass idea, I could definitely use that for the bed because my bed is starting to rot out on the backside. But if I were to put some fiberglass, say two ply reverse plying plywood, screw all that together, and then fiberglass around, and put fiberglass in between, that would be strong enough for any camper that I'd put on there.
If you could put marine grade plywood in there and then
Yeah,
it'd be
it ain't going nowhere.
Boat hull.
Yep.
That'd be bulletproof up to about it wouldn't hold a 50 cal back, but it'd be bulletproof up to there.
Yep.
Pretty much.
And
you said something about a wheelbarrow a second ago, Nubs.
Yeah.
My mom used to tell me when I was little, she says, Shane, you do not have a smarts to operate heavy equipment. You get away from that damn wheelbarrow right now. That's when I was little.
My daddy probably still to be telling me that. I was just talking.
Flipping wheelbarrows.
some of the things that happen with wheelbarrows are pretty hilarious.
Well, I've seen people ride them with the handles plumb over them.
You get the angle wrong and that front takes a dive.
Mm-hmm.
There you
Being a
go.
landscaper, I have probably all of the funny things that you guys are thinking of. As a landscaper, doing it for as long as I have, and day in and day out with all sorts of different materials, I've probably done every single one of the things that you guys are laughing about.
Well, yeah, it's when you become the human yard dart, you screwed up with the wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
They don't call me Nubs for no reason, Like I like to experience new adventures.
Tracy
I don't
Morgan.
choose them well, but new, yes.
Yeah, they're not funny when it happens. It's embarrassing, and it hurts a little bit. But after that, you giggle.
I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be back.
All right, sounds good, buddy.
All righty.
It's my turn now.
All right.
I said I was leaving, and here I am lying to you, gentlemen.
Hey, I don't think he's really in a big hurry to get his ass handed to him. He just thinks he is.
He knows it's coming. And that's the thing. Like,
to have this happen.
well, he just turned 13.
Oh,
And
testosterone
he's-
running out of years.
He's definitely got my lineage. I don't look like my family. I look like my grandma on the other side. He's got my family lineage in him, and the kid's gonna be big. Like, he's gonna be a big boy. Like, boom. He's already, like, the way his body is developing muscle wise, if he were to put forth some real effort, he would be a real big boy, because it's in our it's in our genes.
A monster. That's why you got to get the fear of God in that boy now. So when he gets older, he don't whoop you.
Oh, see, he'll try to do these things because I teach him. Hang on 1 second.
Steve, aloha. Hello, bud.
Ow! Your lighter.
Okay.
What's that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, my nipple.
My
If you don't-
apologies.
If you,
Ah,
don't
my
make it,
nipple.
you got to make it hurt just a little bit, or they won't quit. If you just, make them stop, is one thing. But if you just give them just a little bit of pain, they're like, "Ooh, it's gonna hurt if I do this."
Well, see, if it is only the only way the tree can grow is through breaking the roots as it goes.
Yep.
He has learned that all the years of playing soccer and getting kicked in the shin with cleats has made my shins rather tough and rather knife-like, because I'm maybe 150 pounds soaking wet.
Really?
So, oh yeah, I'm a skinny guy.
Now, how tall are you?
I'm 6 foot tall.
Oh, son. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
a rail. You're a rail.
Yeah, I'm a fucking rail, but I'm a solid, like, there's not a bit of fat on me, and I'm lean and mean and
Salty.
work. That dad bod that you see all these guys going to the gym for hours on end. Yeah, I got that shit. It's great. It's hilarious.
Yep.
Those hot days, I have all the neighbors ladies looking at me as I'm going and coming from the truck, because I ain't wearing no shirt. You got me silly. If it's hot, the good Lord made the sun to have the skin to go to,
Yep. Thank you.
Even put vitamins in it.
Absolutely. Yeah, a couple years back, I had longer hair than what I do now. And my business partner used to tell me I looked like Jesus when the sun would go through my hair. I'd always ask him how he knows what Jesus looks like. And he said the picture, and I'd laugh at him.
Yep.
Yeah, wrestle time, please.
Well, I guess
But-
you better go whoop that boy.
Yeah, somebody's got to whoop him. His mama don't. And, well, it's not his stepdaddy's job. So I suppose I'll take that job as a father and teach my son how to defend himself by getting his ass whooped.
You got to learn a few of those before you realize we got to do something different here. Now show me the right way to do it.
Well, I only had the seed for one, apparently, but that one I'm going to put every bit of, good fertilizer, and I'm going to chop away the other branches of other trees. I'm going to do what I need to do to grow this one right. And that's how I change the world every freaking day of my life.
Yep, that's it.
I believe
I change his world.
I believe anybody that will teach the children well
Yep.
will come out with a product that they can be proud of.
That's it. Well disciplined, well mannered, but yet knows how to have fun, knows how to defend himself, knows how to play, even if it's
Much like a sandwich.
Yep.
I'm raising a sandwich, if you think about it, because if you miss one ingredient, the sandwich is nasty.
Yep.
You miss the meat, the sandwich is a vegetarian. You miss the mayo, you miss the point, the essence of this. You miss the mustard. Well, you done fucked up now.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the way I look at fatherhood. Is there's many layers to it, and we need to, especially as a single parent, because I cannot be both mother and father, and I can't trick myself into thinking that I'm going to be mom and dad. I need to rely on his.
Does he live with you or his mom?
We have 50-50 custody.
Okay.
But during the winter, she decided to move far enough away that it would be inconvenient.
Right.
And so I get him every weekend except for one and then all of the vacation time and stuff. Like, I do get supplemented, and then a little bit extra time during the summer. But honestly, if I had him full time, I'd be a happy man.
Oh yeah.
I look at being a dad as literally first and foremost, number
It's a
one.
privilege. It's a privilege, not a chore.
It's an honor. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Let me ask a question. Based
Yes, sir.
on where you live, at a certain age, does he get a choice?
A choice of what?
Where he can live.
Who he
Oh,
chooses?
we've already discussed that. As soon as I get some property, he's gonna move with me.
Okay.
Yeah, some states it's 14, some states it's 16, some
Ye-
states it's 13, some
That's
12. It just depends on where you're at.
Yeah, basically. And the other thing is he is in school, so he's got all his old school friends and stuff. So, I kind of can't blame him. Nevertheless, that means that we need to talk more on the phone. That means we need to interact in other ways.
Correct.
And that's
social issue for them.
Yep. And if you got a week or two off but you ain't doing any jobs, yeah, bail over there and go see him and take him out in his area and let him bring his friends, and so they can see you're a good dude too.
Yep.
And that'll help him make up his mind in the long run.
Well, and that's really a long time ago. I need to say this quietly. A long time ago, I stopped arguing with her altogether. I just stopped. I don't need to. I said what I had to say when I signed that line.
Yep.
That's
There
it.
ain't no sense arguing. I won't argue. I won't yell and scream, and that shit's done. That's over.
Yep.
You want to argue and scream
Yep.
and yell at me? I'm gonna turn around and leave.
And
You don't
I'm not a super big fan of yelling and screaming. I do it every once in a while. I'm human.
Well, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either.
Nevertheless, when I do it, it's intentional, it's short, it's sweet, and it's done. Not so sweet.
Mine's very, yeah, it's very direct when I do it, and which ain't very often at all. I used to do it once a year. Now I'm doing it once every couple of years because I don't put up with no crap anymore.
That it's that standard of excellency that I keep on talking about, you know. And I don't know, like this is kind of like one of those subjects, but if you look at it, women are attracted to men that have confidence. And confidence is way more than skin deep. It's a way about you.
Well, there's a big difference between confidence and arrogance,
Yes.
and a lot of people can't differentiate that.
And a lot of people think they're really smart and don't know the common English.
Right.
You know, and that can be a big issue because when somebody is, well, for instance, that scenario that I was laughing about earlier, you know, her ignorance caused her own demise because I didn't say anything that was offensive. She was the one, you know, so arrogance causing demise.
How do you get along with your stepdad?
He's LO or LE rather. And
Okay.
law enforcement.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He and I don't necessarily see the law the same way.
Right.
I'm right, and he's following policy. That's why his name is a police. Yeah. He doesn't understand that concept, but I don't push that concept because it's not my place to push my beliefs in his house.
Policy is not law. Sorry. There's a difference between legal and
I
lawful.
understand that.
Yep.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
Very much so. And to explain that to him on his house or at his house where he lives, whose name it is, I'm not sleeping in that bed. My place. On my own property, however, I will finally inform him of my civil lack of yeah. Nevertheless, we would not necessarily go share a beer. I'll put it that way.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
And it's not because of anything but ideology. It's not
Right.
necessarily because of him. And obviously with me not doing what most people do, it kind of negates that aspect. You can't be mad at somebody for not doing anything. But the ideology, he definitely knows where I stand.
Jeremy, have you been in the chat? I'm going to allow you up. If there's any foul going, you will be blocked permanently.
Hey, man.
All right.
How
Hey,
y'all
man.
doing?
Good. How are you?
Okay, I
Evening.
appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Like I said,
I like what's that, Shane? What's that? Doug's?
What's up, man?
so how did you find my show?
Just watching live shows. Just seeing live shows. I've seen you on there. I've seen it a couple of times. Just on the internet.
Just on what? Go ahead, Jeremy. What'd you say?
Oh no, I was getting my things back.
Oh. Said he bailed. That's a nice looking piece of fence that Nubs has got up there. Bet he
I did the
built that.
retaining wall as well.
Yep, that's a good looking job.
Thank you.
Very
It's
impressive.
not my design. It's the design that was consistent with what was already there. However, I do a variation that's ours, that I'll put a piece of hog panel
Yes.
Hang on one second.
Welcome to Friday night, ladies and gentlemen. All kinds of distractions going on tonight.
It is what it is.
Tanya Elliott, I think I said hello, but I'm going to say it again. Hello, welcome in. Haven't seen you around a day or two. Steve Aloha, hello.
Aloha.
Haraloha.
Yeah, but I'm saying aloha.
Yep. Yeah, Steve's a good guy. I like Steve. I try to go hang out with him on Mondays when I can.
I like what I've seen of him so far.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun, and he's pretty laid back. You know, he don't get real excited.
Absolutely.
That's the people I like being around. Laid back, just want to cut up, giggle, have a good time, and enjoy it.
And that's what makes for enjoyable conversations. Doesn't matter too much topical.
Right.
Oh. Jeremy.
Hey, buddy.
Welcome back.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know. Kind of like me, probably pushed the wrong button, throwed ourselves out of there.
Oh, that's okay.
Life
I
happens.
just pushed the collarbone button.
Live.
Do what, Jeremy? I'm sorry.
I found your show on the live.
Okay.
Live.
Let me change your mic setting. I can barely hear you.
He'll turn you up.
Like, I ain't
We
turning
were
him
talking-
up. I'll turn him up.
We were talking about pushing buttons. I just pushed his collarbone button. He did not like that very much. Sometimes I forget where I'm from.
Right. It's all good. So, Jeremy, what brings you around tonight?
Just sitting here at the house.
Put you down the stairs.
I seen y'all. I'm always watching your show.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been around for, I don't know. It says 7 months still, but I think it's closer to 8. And he did it again. He didn't have much to say, apparently. He bounced the hell. I didn't throw him out. I ain't touching nothing. I'm
He'll
holding
be-
my cigarette.
Got something to say.
Oh, yeah.
But it's been a
Let's do it with my back.
My son decided to make a mistake and he's figured out that he can lift me up. What he doesn't remember is I have 80-pound bags of concrete that need moved this summer.
Yeah, you can do 2 at a time, huh?
That's it.
I weigh more than you.
He probably weighs more than
I do.
me. He does weigh more than me. So he outweighs me, so he can pull me around, but when push comes to collarbone,
I'm gonna ice you again. I'm gonna put liquid nitrogen
see
in a
what
spray bottle.
what he
Spray it
keeps on forgetting is Dad actually knows what he's doing. And Dad keeps on forgetting he knows what he's doing. So between those two, we have a lot of fun.
Well, somebody does.
Oh, he laughs and giggles. He knows his dad loves him.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, he's an only child basically at his mom's, and he's an only child at his dad's.
Yeah, Kelly goes to work.
And
Here and all went on school day.
yeah, it's getting to the point where he needs, and let's be honest, a 13-year-old boy, that's dad territory. Like, I need to be teaching him.
oh yeah.
Yeah, he spends as much time as his dad as he can once he hits 13. You know, the moms are pretty good up until the time they're 6, 7, 8. But after
Yep.
that, they need to be around dad a lot more because
My
that's when they
grandson
start learning how to do a skill and a trait, and they're getting used to
I
it.
would have
They're
planned
developing.
Yeah.
And that's how they develop.
That's it. You know, a long time ago, my dad, he didn't always do the right thing, but what he did is he taught me what the right thing was. Whether he did the right thing or not, I learned the right thing. you know, whether it was from his failure in how to do something properly or his success. Either way, I've gotten to the point where I'm at, if that makes sense.
Yeah, hang on a second. Digging Up Carolina, if you're coming up, yeah, just make sure you mute your YouTube and then just hit the link and you can bail right off in here. You should be all right. You won't get the double chatter. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come up too, Digging. I don't mind people coming up. I enjoy people coming up.
Okay. Well,
She kept getting
it's a challenge first time or two.
no, yeah. My God, Jeremy's having a hell of a time staying on.
Thank y'all so much. Yeah, I had to cut off YouTube. I kept cutting off StreamYard instead of YouTube. Now I got it right now. Oh man. Yeah, I'm new to this stuff. Sorry about that, y'all.
It's
Hey,
awful.
I went to it.
Oh,
learning
man,
curve.
that was so embarrassing.
Now, are you the Digging Up Carolina?
Sir?
Are you Digging Up Carolina?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I've seen you in here a bunch then. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I've come in here a bunch, but I ain't never come, you know, of course I ain't never come up, you know, before, but I seen you kept putting up the stream tonight. So I said, heck, I'll see if I can jump on there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I love your show. I
When
love
you
all
said
y'all.
that, and I seen the problems you was having. I thought, I bet they're the same person.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Darn.
It's all good.
Yeah, I love y'all's topics and things y'all talk about, and you know, times y'all come on and I love it. I love it.
Well, thank you. And we try to do our best, like I said.
Oh, you always have a good panel. Y'all always have a good panel.
And you never, and a panel's always fun because you never know what's going to go. You never know what the topic's going to be. And that's the beauty of it. It's
Exactly.
everybody getting to have a say in life. What good is a show that you can just sit there and watch and you're screaming at the channel or screaming at the screen and you can't do any damn thing about it?
No, that's good. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Hell, give them a platform. They can come up here and their voice can be heard too. This ain't about me because if it ain't for the chat and the people out there, I don't have a show. If it ain't for my panel, I don't have a show.
You're
So what the hell good would it do if I didn't have anybody watching, no one on panel? I'd be sitting here talking to myself. Well, I don't want to turn the computer on for that.
exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, I sit here and talk to myself all day long. I get tired of that.
And it really comes down to the perspectives that people bring.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
I find some people quite interesting. I find some others disturbing, but
Oh man. I've always wanted to ask,
here. Go ahead.
I've always wanted to ask you, how did you get the name the cat?
I was tagged with that name while working in Hawaii.
Can you tell us the story behind it?
Pardon?
Can you tell us the story behind it?
Well, everything in Hawaii seems to have "duh" in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
And all the guys that worked around me used to call me Big Cat because I was a much bigger man in those days. So, but in Hawaii, they tagged me with the cat. So,
That's good. That's good.
stuck. I use it as a handle.
Hell yeah.
My first
That's a good story. Hawaii. Wow, man. That had to have been killer over there.
it was. I worked a lot of different places, but that was one of them that was on the menu for my
Wow, I couldn't imagine that over there. Just the weather.
contract grade. So
Well, it could have been Tomcat, but that would have been a little.
I had called before, but I was a rather big guy at the time, and all the guys around me used to call me Big Cat.
Yep.
Go to the Big Cat; he'll figure it out. Yeah.
So it was never Big Dog; it was just always Big Cat.
Yeah. And
Really?
then Hawaii,
That's
they
interesting.
with Duck Cat.
You must have been sneaky.
The
You must
locals
have been the big guy that could sneak up on people like
Well,
a cat.
I was the guy that had things under control most of the time.
Yeah, Yeah, I just always wonder why it wasn't, Big Dog or
Yeah.
the dog or something like that. It's the cat. That's cool.
And it just stuck. So it's what I use, come up here. Thankfully, Shane helped me out first time up because I was full disclosure.
No, hell, the first couple times you was up, it was the cat, and then somehow you changed it, and I had to go ahead and change it back for him. I went right here on my panel
Yeah.
and changed it for him.
He did. And I don't know what happened. I don't know where it changed, but
Because hell, you'd been up here 10 times, and you showed up, and it was your real name, and I was like, "Hey,
yeah.
you really want to show?" He's like, "No, I'd rather not." And I was like, "Yeah, let me fix that for you."
Yeah. And he did. And it's been good since.
All right then, cool deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a metal detector. So I love detecting, man. I
Oh.
try to hit it whenever I can.
I wondered what was hanging on your wall, and I thought that's what it was. How many of them
Yeah.
damn things you got?
Oh, a lot. I got a lot. I got
Yeah.
several. Got about one for every occasion. I just I love it. I really, really love it. Never
You got
lost
rechargeables
history.
or just the batteries?
Most of them now are chargeable. Like
Okay.
the ones 20 years ago, they were batteries and things like
Yeah,
that. Some of them
9
still do.
AA batteries are expensive to run for 2.5, 3 hours.
Crazy. You usually have to go to now. They're expensive. You usually have to go to a flea market and buy a lot, ahead. So that way, yeah, because you just can't get them like in Rite Aid or CVS or nowhere like that anymore. They're so freaking high, man. I mean, they are high.
Oh
That is-
yeah, you catch them on sale. I usually buy them up. Because trust me,
Yeah.
I got an old Whites, and it's been rebuilt by Whites.
Really? I've always
Yeah.
wanted a white. I had never owned one, but I've always wanted one. That was
My
the first
God,
one I wanted. Was a white.
I'll give you it. I'm ready
Really?
to go to. Yeah, I'll give the damn thing to you. And I ain't used it in 2 years now. It's too damn
Shoot,
expensive to use.
I'll
it's
sure.
good.
I'll pay for the charges getting this in
Man,
here.
I
You
just go over and I think it's still in the original box. I kept it always
Really?
put it back in the original box. Yeah.
Golly, man, shoot, yeah. I
It's even
appreciate
got, I've got even got the extra battery pack that'll go in it, so you can just pull
Yeah.
that one out, and put another one in, and keep going.
Oh yeah.
So you can go like 6-8 hours on one, with one set, 2 sets of batteries, 18 batteries.
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
good.
wow. Thank you, man. Thank you. Wow.
No, I'll give it.
Yeah, but that was the first one. That's how I knew. That's how when I started getting metal detector, that was just what was hot right then. Whites was that's all you heard of was whites.
Yeah.
Now,
Whites
this
are
one
Gary.
you can't submerge. You can't submerge it. It's ground only.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at one. It's made at offshoot of Whites. It's a generic form of Whites, but it's still made by the same manufacturers. It is rechargeable. It's digital, and you can submerge the whole
Yes.
damn thing.
Yes.
And it's
The
got
majority of
recharge-
them.
Yep.
Yeah, the majority of them are digital now.
Yep. And I want to tell you what, they're so much more accurate.
Well,
They are.
what White's not the originator of them?
It was Whites and one other. It was
Fisher.
Fisher. Yeah,
Fisher
Fisher come
White.
out. Yeah, they had the cheap version. Whites
Yes.
was always the expensive version.
Yes.
And then Fisher coming around and did a really good job there for, I don't know, 8-10 years. They put out some really good stuff.
They did.
Yeah, but Whites was still just kicking their ass because it was
They
a
was.
well-known name and it's dependable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then Garrett come along after that, and then they sort of
Oh
took
my
control
God, yeah,
of
these
things.
Garrett's that's what I want. So I want that new digital Garrett. And I
Oh,
think
really?
I think the one I looked at was like $1,200. Like that ain't bad.
I got the majority of them back here. I got the Pro, the Gold, the AT Pro, the AT Gold, the AT
I was
Max.
going to go with the AT Gold.
Yeah, I love that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
I kind of figured it would be.
Yeah, it is. That's not my favorite is my CTX 3030 Mind Lab. That's my go-to machine.
Okay.
But yeah, man, you can just go through trash anything with that gold. You put the little coil in there and go to town.
I want to tell you what. Yeah, you use that large one on that CTX because I've got to play with one. Use that
Really?
large coil in there. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that large coil. By God, it'll pick up a hairpin.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
the beach metal detector. Oh man, it's so good at the beach. So good. Well, it's so good anywhere, but the beach.
Not only that, it has the biggest depth right now.
Yeah, it does. Yes, you're exactly right. Exactly right.
It has the biggest depth. It goes deeper than any others. Now they make one now
So true.
that can go up. Now they're not cheap. Trust me. You're looking at 5-6 gram. Some of them's 8 gram, but they'll go up to 4 foot deep, and they will
Wow.
pinpoint what it is. And I looked at them because I was looking at that gold detector, and it only detects gold, and it will only pinpoint gold, and it'll pinpoint it within 3 to 4 foot.
Just go.
And yep, I looked at that, but man, they're expensive. Son.
They are. They are. Yeah.
But the problem is you run into is, do they really work as good as they say? See, I had never got to play with one. Because trust me, I really look serious into
gold so here and there, so you don't know if it works as good as say they do. But I'm sure it does.
They say you can find that in banks. It'll pinpoint it within a 3 foot circle and within a 4 foot depth, 3 foot depth.
Yeah. I've seen them do it on shows.
Yeah, I've seen the shows,
channels.
and that's what got me interested.
Mm-hmm.
And I started calling around, I started checking. I was like, whew, I gotta go get to play with one somewhere for a while.
When I was laid up for a lot of years after an injury, I sat around and watched just about all of the metal detectorists on YouTube.
Oh yeah, Green Mountain Country and all.
And dreamed about it. I haven't done it myself, so I have no experience, but I got a good understanding of how it works, the concept of it. So let me ask you, you recovered anything really interesting, Jeremy?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yes. Oh, let's see. My buddy found a killer find here probably almost about a year ago now. He found a Masonic wax seal. It was from the Masonic Lodge. And I gave it to, matter of fact, I got the lodge up here in StarTex. They have it right now on display up there. I just let them, showing it off right now.
For sealing seal on an envelope?
Yes. 1832. And it was,
it was a lead seal.
Yes. It's solid lead. Yeah.
Yeah, because they went from wax to lead and then back to wax.
Yeah.
And then they quit making the seal altogether and they started making the liquor stick.
Yeah, it's so cool. Oh, it's so cool, man! It was just, and I found
the detail on it.
Huh?
How was the detail on that lead?
Oh, perfect. Heck, I got a picture. It's beautiful. I mean, it's just couldn't believe we found it. I mean, I really, it's probably the coolest thing I've ever seen dug. In person. Right then. It's something else. I mean, we was on a farm. And it had a post office, it had a school, blacksmith shop, all that stuff right here in South Carolina. And here it is right here. And everything's backwards. So when you do it on the thing itself, it
okay.
Well, let's see if I can try to
Yeah.
Try not to get the light. There it goes.
Boy, howdy, that's almost too good a condition.
Yeah, Inner East, South Carolina. And that says Lodge, Inner Lodge, number 3789. And it's got the date and stuff down there, January 10th, 18, I think it's 23. Yeah, it's really cool.
Is that lodge still open?
No, it's not. Matter of fact, we couldn't find it forever. And then when I gave it to the lodge, they did some, background and stuff on it, and it, come to life then. But
that's awesome.
Oh, yeah, man, it's cool.
Yeah, because that was in good condition.
Oh, yeah. Last year, I found a thing from the World War World War II. This lady, they gave it to her husband right before he went to the war. And he had to have lost it, right away. Had to have. Because when we called and grandkids answered the phone, and he died in 2009, man. And his name was Victor Grano, and it's a
signet.
Not a historic, huh?
A signet,
religious. Yeah, it's a religious thing, and
Okay.
we couldn't find the slide forever. You know, we just thought it was a religious thing. Well, eventually, after I got it cleaned up, there's a slide, and it has Victor Grano, always yours. It either says Dorothy or Dot or something like that. He opened it and closed it so many times just in that little amount of time, it warped. I mean, almost away. So this is it right here.
Wow.
Let me pull that
I
up.
don't know if you might not be able to see it.
Yeah, your light's reflecting pretty good.
Yeah, let me see if I can stand up.
Is that silver?
Yes, silver. But anyway,
Yeah,
that in the middle that says Victor Grano, always yours, Dorothy. But yeah, and then we told her, that I found it, and she was just, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that we found, he's been, he lost it, 70 years ago. It was just crazy. She just went berserk, and it's cool. It was cool. It was
You
really
return
cool.
it to her and her family?
Going to. We're just gonna make sure that. So I know that I'm pretty sure that that's the wife. See, because the girl, we didn't know if it was the girlfriend had gave it to him, and I didn't know she would get it and just throw it away. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh my gosh, I found this cool relic, and I just didn't want to get it thrown away. But feel like but no, it was really it was it was cool to find something that. I hate he had just died so recently, though. Darn it! I wish he would have been alive. That would have been.
Oh yeah.
Never found something like that. Had the name, the date. Just all. Just all that stuff on it, and then it was just that. That's probably the coolest thing I've ever found.
Imagine
Yeah,
if
he is 90
felt
years old.
lost it and realized.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I found all kinds of seeded coins. Old large cents.
Yep.
About every kind of coin that you can think of. I've found. I've never found a gold coin yet, but
Yeah, I know. Those
hopefully
are out here.
Well,
yeah, hopefully I will sooner or later. I've never found a gold coin, but
I got
I found several gold rings and stuff.
a matching pair of 1897 silver dollars, Morgan head.
Organs, yeah.
I recovered them from now get this, the Carnegies owned property over here on Cumberland Island.
With
Nice.
metal detector?
No, I found it by the
Oh,
place
really?
burned down. Two mansions burned there over the years.
Yeah.
He's owned them.
I'll be dang.
And I found two Morgan head silver dollars. One's got burned and it's got a nick in the back, but the other one is pristine. I found them both in the same location after a rain going around the ruin.
Probably black.
I wasn't supposed to, but
Yeah.
I was working over there at the time. We were actually doing restoration work for the National Park Service, putting the old chimneys, shoring them up from the old slave plantation.
Right.
Man.
So I was in that direct area working when I found them. But
Put them in your pocket and never say a word, right?
Now that's
Basic
fine.
till now, and they're at their 50th year anniversary this year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
tell you
man,
what, I find a lot of rings when I go arrowhead hunting and stuff like that. And some of them are cheesy, some of them are pretty good. I want to tell you something. This is going to blow your mind. I had bought a slow cooker. One of those ones you hook your propane bottle to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, a smoker.
Yeah.
And so I set out in my garage for 2.5, 3 years. Never opened it. Never did. And finally decided I was going to open it and start using it. I opened this box, pull it all out, and I look at the bottom, there's something down there. I pull out this ring. Whoever boxed this up had a really expensive ring. And I've still got it. I'm not going to say out loud where it is because there's 3 people around, but I still got it. And it is one of my most expensive finds I've ever found. And it was in a damn box with the slip. It fallen off somebody's finger, apparently.
That is amazing.
Yep.
And- Like a shadow box or
Yeah. It's just like a little foam padding thing like that. Those are like junk. Those are like sort of junk rings. These
Right.
are my gold. Yeah, these are my gold ones here. I ain't got but a few of them.
So do you have to take off your necklace when you no, that's still a good collection. You have
Yeah,
to take off
it
your
is. Yeah,
necklace
thank
when you do?
No,
You-
sir. I've never took. My wife got me that when we first started dating. I've never took it off. Never. Now I
See,
got
they
a
say not to
matching.
wear any jewelry.
Yeah, I got a
when you-
matching bracelet, but I lost it. But I went back to the same place and found it the next day with my metal detector. So I haven't got the link fixed yet, but I'm never gonna take it back again.
They say not to
I
wear it,
thought-
especially if
I
you're
thought
doing
it
gold
fell off.
detecting.
Yeah, I thought it fell off in one of the holes that I had dug and covered back up. So I didn't know if I'd ever find it again. But I went back and I knew about where I lost it. So the part of the day I waited for the sun to get behind me so I would be able to see and it would be good. I knew it would sparkle because I laid my chain down and seen how it would look in the,
Right.
the evening. That'd be the best time to find it in the evening. So, but long story short, I found it. Now, man, I was so happy. I was so happy.
God.
But when you use that gold
Yeah.
detector, they tell you not to wear any jewelry or any metal whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. I know. These are my silver rings.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, those are my silver rings. But yeah, I just got so much stuff that I found just over the years and things. Just got stuff everywhere. Cannonballs. Got some kind of missile outside. I'm afraid to bring it in the house because I don't think it's been defused yet. I'm serious. I swear to God, I don't think it's been defused yet. So I leave it in the flower bed outside and just show people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
swear it's probably about a foot long, and it's some kind of World War I or Civil War type cannonball missile type thing.
Does it have the fins on the back, the flights?
It's probably about an inch from the back of it. It's got a lead sort of thing. It goes all the way around it. It's sort of like fins, but they don't stick out.
Yeah.
They're just in the
Yeah,
thing. But
they're engraved into the little
Yeah,
little round
yes.
plate. Yeah, I know what you're talking
Yes,
about. Yeah,
yes,
that's the same
yes.
thing as a flight, and it keeps
Yeah,
it twirling so it doesn't go lock. So it doesn't go banana style.
Really?
Yeah.
What, if it's World War I or II or
It's
Civil War?
probably closer to hell, it depends. They had them both in World War I and World War II both.
You
Okay,
got a
okay.
picture of it you can throw up there?
Oh yeah.
I'm not too bad on identifying those kind of things.
John H says, "Can you post a pic?" Because John H will know exactly what it is.
Exactly.
Oh
John-
really?
Oh yeah, John H.
Dude,
is
I'll go outside and get it. I'll go outside and get it.
Don't
I'll
drop
I'll be right back.
it.
I'm weary of handling those things. They're sometimes
If his goes blank all of a sudden, it's still live.
Yeah.
It was.
well, unless environmentally has deactivated and caused it to corrode out the end or something. But I'm pretty good at identifying most of that because I've been around it and seen it.
Oh yeah. I only know what I've seen in pictures and what I read. I haven't been physically around that stuff.
Well, there's a lot of confusion with people. They'll pick up a 50 caliber round that are left over from military exercises,
hmm
and you get your hands on the wrong one, an HE round, and if you drop it, you got a problem.
Yep. John H. He's from
Okay.
he's from Carolina, South Carolina.
What I see right there,
See, it's got something right there in the back. I don't know.
That's the primer.
Real.
does it have any date or designator on it?
No, no, it's just got that
How
little
heavy-
fin thing.
How heavy
That's
is it?
it. Oh, it's heavy. Probably about 7 pounds, 8 pounds. It's heavy. But yeah, I always leave it outside.
Where did you find that one at?
At 1700s property where it's a log cabin burnt down. It's, long story short, it's they got dirt from behind the Walmart where they had filled in years ago where Camp Croft used to be, and he had bought some dirt from back there so he could fill in some dirt at his house on the farm, and then we just found it. Yeah, and found it like that, but just It's
That
crazy.
could be Civil War era. Many of those in
Really?
Pea Ridge, Pea Ridge, Arkansas.
Yes, I've always kept it outside because I definitely want to bring just keep it in the house. But I'm afraid if it might change temperature, something might I don't know. This scares me. I found
it appears to me as a 3-inch artillery shell and probably has grape shot inside of it.
Yep.
Really, wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I didn't know.
And it's a cast iron case, and it would bust, and the grape shot would spatter.
Wow.
It's
So
like a
I
bouncing
guess-
Betty, but it shot out of a.
If you measure it dimensionally and come up with a size, you can identify it.
Okay. So the grape shot's probably like maybe like
Like the size of marbles.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say, like mini balls or something like that.
The size of marbles, and they would scatter because the cast would break away on impact, and then it would just chew through at the shin level.
Wow.
Yeah, John H. He's in South Carolina, bud.
Yeah, my daddy found this one where we metal detect a lot. He don't even metal detect. He was loading a deer stand up on his truck and was just putting on there and seen it sticking out of the wall of the ditch in Kings Mountain Battleground up there. It borders the battleground where his deer hunting property is. And it was just half of it was sticking out of the ground in the ditch, and then he dug it out. That's a whole cannonball.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
I shared this story earlier about finding the silver dollars.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a grave site right there in the proximity of those chimneys that is made out of tabby.
Wow.
And one day I walked over, there's wild horses over there. And I walked over where this wild horses was scraping the cactus burrs out of his lips. And I just went over to see, what he scraped out. And as I looked in this tabby wall, there was and I can show it to you to this day, there's a human jawbone in that tabby wall.
Oh, I don't doubt
Really?
it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was cast in with the tabby from somebody who had previously passed there.
Oh my God.
But that
Wow.
was a very large plantation back 1700s. Light Horse Harry Lee, Robert E. Lee's father, was originally buried there
Yep.
before he was exhumed.
Now, where is this at exactly? Where?
Cumberland Island National Seashore, right off the lower coast of Georgia.
Okay. That's where
John
you're at,
H.
Georgia?
says-
Yeah.
Okay.
John H. says Google Civil War projectile identification. See if that'll
Yep.
help you.
Okay.
It will.
I'll definitely do that. Definitely do that.
I'm just judging by what I see, and
Yeah.
dimensionally,
Yeah.
when you held it up, it looked like 3-inch to me.
Yeah, it was a dud. It was
And
a
with
dud.
the lead band would be to stabilize it as it was fired.
Yep.
That's amazing. I mean, that's just amazing that they carried hundreds or maybe even thousands of these by horse and stuff. You know what I mean? It's just amazing. Just amazing. And plus the cannon they shot it out of, for God's
Yeah.
sakes, carried that thing around with them everywhere they went, through the woods, through marshes, swamps, but I just can't believe some of the stuff. When I find them, just the scenarios how they would lose them. When I find them, I could just come up with thousands of ways they would lose it. But this I just
Engagement marks on that, on the lead band.
Well, it's so rusted. I don't know. It's
Okay.
it's so it's so rusted.
Yeah.
I couldn't really tell you. But no, it's perfect. I mean, it's literally there's a little piece on the top up here, but it's like a little bitty indention, but it's perfect. Other than that,
Oh, you
it's
better
literally
read this.
it's literally perfect.
There you go. There you go. I put it on the screen for you, Jeremy.
Okay.
No. I put that John H. what he said on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
That's why I say, upon impact, they would burst and deploy the insides if it is in fact a grape charge type
Yeah.
shot.
So they're about as big as musket balls, grape shots.
Oh yeah.
They're probably
Yeah,
lead too.
like that.
They're
Yeah.
lead too, probably at the grape
Yeah.
shop.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that one's just solid.
Yeah.
That's
That's
just solid, probably.
ball.
Yeah, that's just solid. But that's why I thought they're the same, because they're both divoted. Like they got like tiny little thousands of little, like, looks like they took something and just hit it like a
Well,
maybe
that's
like a pin or something.
That's
Just
probably-
tiny holes all over it.
That's
That's
probably
the-
more than likely. That's probably from the rust on them.
that's
And
dimpling effect of the rust.
Yeah, because usually they're stupid slick because of one of the best airtime available. And if they have all the
Gotcha.
little dents in it like a golf ball, it
Won't
slows
fly
down
right. You're right.
airtime and airspeed.
You're exactly right. Just like a bullet, just like a regular bullet. Just slick and yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah, that's that. And I want to tell you what, a lot of them old, really small cannonballs like that, they were
Uh-huh.
polished. That steel was polished so shiny because they didn't want no friction. And same way with that mortar round you've got.
Yeah, just kept it real
They-
slick.
Yes, it was slick.
Probably oiled down too.
Well, yeah. It wasn't oil. It was cosmoline.
Oh, what is that? What's that name?
Cosmoline,
Cos-
and it keeps anything from getting rusted or aged. My brother brought a 1940 some Mosin, and they bought the twin guns, it and its sister. And I ain't gonna tell you what they give because it's stupid cheap. And they opened the box and they were still in cosmoline. They still
Oh,
had the
wow.
3-prong knife in there, which is highly illegal to own
I was
Right.
fixing to say. That's what I was fixing to ask you. Was it illegal loan?
because that's a shot that when you stab somebody with that is an irreplaceable wound.
Man,
That's
It
war
won't heal
crimes
in
using
three
them.
directions.
Huh?
It won't heal when you're sliced in 3 different directions.
yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
But yeah, he's got that. And I'm gonna tell you what, he took that gun and the first couple times he shot it, he was shooting out there about 250 yards, and it was
Man.
6 inches low of the center target. But he was hitting that 55-gallon drum we had the target set up on.
Uh-huh.
He was hitting the rim, and it showed he was hitting the target every time because we had one of the, we have those color changing targets to show when you hit. He's using open sights at 250 yards, and they said, well, you never really hit the target, but the metal shaving off the edge of this rim was hitting it and changing the color, but the back of the 55-gallon drum was gone.
God.
It was gone. He blowed the back out of this thing the size of about 4 basketballs, 3 wide and 2, and 2 tall.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so
I didn't mean it, boy.
and you can hear it. Trust me, you know it's coming. It's loud, son of a gun.
That was a bad round. 7.62 by 54.
Yeah, exactly. Period. Yep. That was their sniper rifle back in the day.
It
The
was.
German. Yep.
Oh, so y'all was in the both of y'all was in the military.
No, I just know a lot of history.
Oh, you just know. See, that's the thing.
I
I can't figure out. I used to hate it. I hated it. I mean, I hated history. Well, I don't guess I just didn't
Yeah,
care.
in school I did.
But
in
now,
school
man,
I
I
did.
just can't get enough of it. I love it so much. It's just all I think about now.
In
It's
high
weird.
school, it was so damn boring, and it was such a lie. And now, I'm a freaking sponge for it.
Oh,
I have
me
been for
too.
the last
Man,
20 years.
I love it now. I just can't. Like I said, I can't get enough of it now. I just
Both facets in World War I and World War II. The Germans had the Mauser,
Yep.
and
Yes.
the Russians had the Mosin.
the what
And
Mosin.
Yeah, it's
Mosin-
Mosin.
Yeah. And they were built from the 1890s up until the early 40s when they changed over.
Yep.
But they went through like 3 successive generations of upgrades. And
Yep.
if you really got an old one, and you can pick them up, and they're in Cosmoline, like Shane stated. A really old one, if you look at the side of the sights, They were not measured in meters or yards. They were in the old Russian, what was called an ASICs,
ASICs, yes.
which was a
Oh.
designator for yardage.
Devil Dog, history is yucky. Yes, it is. John H. Cheryl Constable, hello. You'd be leery of hold it. Both of these guns shoot like they're brand new. I want to tell you what, perfect every friggin' time.
Wow.
Does anyone know the definition of a rifle gauge is?
Rifle
I'm-
gauge?
Most
I'm not.
caliber that I know of.
I'm not.
a
Sure,
gauge
I'm not
of a rifle,
sure of the what he's asking. Then he also says Mosin Nugget.
Does anyone know the definitions of a rifle gauge? A rifle gauge.
I do know the difference between caliber and gauge.
Yeah, That's the
Gauge
thing.
is
That's what he's trying to
measured
ask.
pound to a shot quantity size. Okay. I think you lost a voice there. Or
Hey,
No,
I
we
didn't.
just got quiet. We're listening to you.
Yeah, I'll just listen. I'll just listen to everything y'all saying.
no, well, normally in shotguns, the gauge is measured by the amount of projectile to a pound.
Okay,
Well, how in the hell did they do that back in the old days when
that's
they
what I
had
was going to say. How
10,
did, yeah, how
10
did-
dimes? Yeah,
how
they'd
did
always
that
go
work?
by dimes. 10
Well,
dimes,
the
or
old
10 five
caliber
dimes.
were Civil War area
yeah.
Okay.
in caliber. But
Okay.
gauge is a shotgun ball size. And if I'm remember correctly, the old round ball musket were actually gauged, but they were smooth bored, not rifled.
Oh,
Right. They didn't have the spiraled rifling in them.
Right.
Right.
It- Like a shotgun tube barrel. But your patch was your engagement to the rifling to seal the pressurized, gas expel.
Correct.
I was wanting to show y'all this too. This is real interesting. People get a kick out of this all the time. It's a ring.
Wow. That was a big man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
fatty
thi-
ass fingers.
this is the interesting thing. It's number 18. It's the championship ring, 1998 of Joe Gibbs racing team.
Wow.
Dale
That's-
Jarrett. When Dale Jarrett won the championship, okay, they made these napkin holders for the pit crews, special made.
Okay.
And there's only so many of them. Well, I found this at Milliken Park, like in the park where people go and feed the ducks and run and play soccer and have picnics. It's a park. I dug that there, and I don't know how it got there or who lost it, or some kid probably took it off his daddy's, thing and was showing it to a friend or had it in his pocket or something. It got lost. Well, that's where I found it. But yeah, it's Joe Gibbs, Dale Jarrett's. The year he won the championship, the Sprint Cup championship.
I want to tell you what. I thought my brother had a big finger. His is 14 on his ring finger. His dad, which is shorter than him, has a size 18 ring. So that one would be about right. That's cool as shit. That's one big monster ring.
That's a find of a lifetime right there. And
It is, and they're so rare because they was only made that year for the pit crews.
that's what I'm saying. That's so
Yeah.
significant to a particular point in time and place. That is awesome.
Yeah, that's how I love finding stuff with the date, the name, the time of the year, things like that. I love that. Love that.
That probably
That's all you can ask for, huh?
That's probably your most expensive find.
Probably. Probably. I've never
look at
had it
the
appraised. Yeah, I've never had it appraised or anything. You're probably right. You're probably exactly
Well, I'm
right.
gonna tell you what. You better be damn careful who appraises it and who finds out about it.
Yeah,
People that want stuff like that, they'll do some wicked shit to get it.
I didn't think of that.
Yep.
Yeah, we go to the Kyle Busch thing when Kyle Busch has his things. That's who I love, Kyle Busch. when he has his little meet and greets, in Mooresville, we go every year, and man, people bring hoods, fenders, steering wheels. I mean, hats, everything. Just
Yeah,
I mean, literally, people come in there with whole hoods to get him to sign it. It's
Go in there and
crazy.
say, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And just show
I've
it to
never
him.
thought of that. I've never thought. I ain't had it a couple of years, but I've never thought of that. I never thought the value worth of it. People just always look at the blunder of it. The weirdness of a big, huge ring
Yeah.
like that. I've never
There-
thought of the significance or the value of it.
There's
I'm going
this
to tell you what.
intrinsic value attached,
Yes.
and they're
That-
limited.
Hold that up again. Let me see that. Let me see what it's made out of.
I'm pretty sure it's stainless steel.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
Oh, really?
Pretty sure you're wrong. Let me see the thickness of it again. Now turn it to where the opening is, where you put your finger.
Is there
Oh,
any
the opening.
side?
Yeah, it hadn't got no markings. I looked for markings like 925 or something like that.
No.
And it got-
What I'm looking at is the thickness and how they honed it out.
Yes.
That could be tungsten. And I want to tell you
I do-
what, tungsten will not bend. It will
Yeah.
shatter like glass. You put enough pressure on it.
I have not even thought about that. I have not thought about that at all.
Yep. Those things, and I bet it's heavy.
Yes, it is. It is heavy. It might weigh a pound, maybe.
Yeah,
I know,
and
half a pound
you
easy.
know, yeah. There's no way it's stainless steel.
Yeah, half
There's
a
no
pound
way.
easy.
Yeah, that's just
But I said, people just always get kicked out of it. Say, oh God, they got a big, big ring. It's big. I mean, I got big hands, and I could put 2 of my fingers in it. I mean, that's
You can put your big toe in there and not fill it up.
definitely easy. Oh yeah, if I could put 3 fingers in it,
That's what I when he first held that up there, I looked at it and I said, big
It's a William Perry's ring or something.
ring, it made sense.
Yeah, they always get a kick out of that. Just no matter who sees it or where else, they always get a kick out of that.
Well, I definitely. Hey, you know what?
I could
Research it. Google it and research it. Because I
I've
bet it's
never-
on Google, and then no one knows. Then no one knows you have it.
I've never even done that.
Yeah, Google it. I guarantee
I
you'll
just
find
always
that
thought
exact
of it as-
ring.
Get a hit.
I
You'll
just
get a
always
hit.
thought of it as a joke more than anything. I've never.
Oh hell no!
No,
They didn't make
no.
things as a joke back then,
Buddy, that's probably a find of a lifetime right there.
and that's a one-off because they make it for each
Yeah.
individual
It was
Well,
made
let's see.
for a special time and place.
and that person that was going to
Yeah.
wear it.
I
Just
have
like
that
a,
Google.
just like a ring you do in high school. You get your your graduation ring or whatever. What they call that?
Oh, yeah.
shit? I can't.
Yeah.
I've
it's the
got that
same damn-
Google lens.
Your
That
class
Google
ring.
lens.
World's
Huh.
first D ring. Is that like a cock ring or
Yeah.
something?
Let's see. Napkin.
But then again, it could be like a nickel based composite alloy.
Nicadium. Yep, Nicadium. Yep. Nickel, carbide, tungsten, and it's a mix of all the metals together.
Yeah. Just
Yep.
like you make a drill bit, a high speed drill bit out of.
Yep, and it also has chrome in it, and not that
Yep.
little cheap shit you see peeling off bumpers. Chrome.
Oh, there it is.
Very expensive.
Yeah, there it is. 4. Wow, there was only 4 made. Wow,
My
there was only
God.
4 sets. There's only 4 sets made. Wow.
God, my man, you got
Wow. There's
You got-
4 Bobby Labonte napkin holder. It was only 4. Crap. Dang it.
well, you
Well,
look at the pic-
Wow.
John H. Stainless steel. It's only going to be if you get over
That's incredible.
304 stainless steel.
I'm glad I got on here tonight.
John H. If you get over 304 on the grade of stainless, it is no longer magnetic. But
Oh, there it
anything
is. Look, I got the silver one. Look, there's mine on the far left side. This right there, there's mine. There's this one. There's only 4 of them. There's this one. Right here.
That's
that
probably the
There
same.
it is.
they were probably made compositive of specific things for however the
Yeah.
pit ranked.
Here's mine on the far left side. This one's gold. That one's like a harder, like it looks like maybe a silver, and the other one's like a harder gold, like a lighter gold. Wow, that's incredible, y'all! Thank y'all so much for.
Now
Yeah, there's
look
only
at,
4 of these.
look at the intrinsic value of them.
Oh my God!
You're probably, it's probably going to blow your mind
Yes, sir.
because
That's-
only 4 made. Yeah. You're looking at a find of a century, bud. I know when I seen it, I knew that was just something rare. Take it to a
put a
jewelry
phone
store.
case with it.
It
still
says auction values. What does that mean?
Yeah, okay, go with that because that's what you're going to get at auction, and that's where you want it. Is
A
in an auction.
professional
At an
auction.
auction. That's all it says. It says auction value.
Yeah, but you're
In other
talking
words, there is no. In other
So
words,
So
it's
it's not even measured in money. It's just what a person would pay for it.
you're
That's it.
talking like Christie's or one of those other high-end auction services.
I love you guys. Wow.
tell you
Yeah,
what,
I would have never done that ever probably.
Guess
Oh, it's a neat find, but I'm going to tell you what. Looking at it, it's like, is it worth having it in your side, or is it worth paying off all your debt if you ever owned and being debt free? Hello,
Wow.
I quit paying the interest on every note I had with it
Wow.
and get away from it, and then your
That
bills
sounds
go
terrific.
way the hell down.
Wow, that sounds terrific.
Guess what? You
Think
took
about it.
conversation and knowledge is free.
That's
Man,
it.
I appreciate it, y'all. I really do. Really do.
I look up rings. I look up coins. I look up all that crap all the time. Stamps.
Do you?
Oh hell yeah!
I just find so many of them now. It's just not those, but just like coins. It's just not even. It's just not. Used to be so fun just to keep
Oh,
up.
yeah.
I used to keep up with them, right up. Where I found them, what day I found them on, what field. Just thinking. Now it's just hey, I found another
Well, that's
1700s coin.
that's
I
paramount.
found a
I guarantee that's paramount to anything you found.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Thank you.
it is. It is. You're right. It is.
I mean, look at it.
Now that I know,
What year did that show that was them for that picture of the
90. All of them was 98. All of them was 98. Bobby Labonte's 98.
Okay, so that picture was the last scene of one of the 4 was in
Yeah.
1998.
Yes. All of them were. There was that one on the end. There was like a dark yellow gold one, and then maybe a sterling silver one, and then a lighter gold. But that's the one that's missing. So
And
that's
if there's
a
one
trip.
person- Well,
That's a
think about
trip.
it.
That's the only one that's gone now. Nobody, I got it.
Well, wait a minute.
That's-
Here would be the beauty. Let's say you
Wow.
accidentally put it out there, you have it, and you find
Yeah.
a guy that has all 3 and he's looking to finish his collection. You know what he'd
Say it.
pay for that? You know what he would pay for that damn thing? Better than
more
any
than
auction.
you can buy the car for.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now you got your carrots.
Yeah, I ain't thinking none of this. I mean, I did none of this even cross my mind. I didn't even know there was 4 of them.
You know what my grandma always told me before she passed away?
What?
It ain't worth shit if you don't sell it.
That's right.
I mean, think about it.
She's
You
smart.
can have all the relics in the world, but you know what they're worth? Nothing.
Nothing until you don't sell it. Yeah, you're right.
It
Right.
just makes you another collector.
Yes. Yeah, it
Yeah.
makes you a collector, and then when you die, somebody else is gonna either throw it
Yep.
away because they don't know what the hell it is. They're gonna give it away, and then somebody's gonna go down to the pawn shop, get a few $1,000 and go on.
I can't stop looking at it now.
Now, let me throw
Wow.
you back to that artillery round.
Yeah.
I'm
There's
sorry.
Let me go back to that artillery round.
Well, yeah.
Okay. There's
All
a
right.
man called Aquachigger.
Yep.
Yeah. Aqueduct. Yeah, I watch him all the time.
Okay.
He finds
He
some
recovers-
incredible
He
things.
covers them all the time. And he
I
has a
know.
full collection of them. And he can tell you whether that needs to be uncorked and
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I have. Yeah.
The cat, I've been on here another hour and 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Just shows yours for a minute.
You got I
He's
understand.
probably yeah, he'll have his email address on his page. Yeah, I can get in touch with him
Yeah.
and ask him about it. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, you're right.
He's an expert on those.
He is.
Them out of the Potomac River area of Maryland a lot.
He just makes it look so easy. I
He
mean,
does.
with stuff like
But
that.
he finds cartloads where they had horse crossings and they
Yes.
wagon wheels, because the axles and the spokes in those wheels in those days, they took a lot of abuse up and down
Yeah.
hillsides and over rocky paths, and where they ford a river, a lot of times they give way because of the unstable, grooves that were worn.
Yeah, sunk. Yeah.
And then they get dumped, and nobody was around to recover them. They just, brought another wagon.
Left him. Wow.
But that's why I
great.
ask if yours had any significant grooves where it might have been shot.
No. Well, I mean, I can't say that because I can't
Yeah.
say that because, like I said, it's so rusted.
And I understand how lead degrades, and especially what environment it's been in.
Yeah.
If it's been in a less acidic area, it doesn't decompose as much.
Yeah. It hadn't. I mean, it's
That
that's
is
it's
cool,
it's
though.
whole. It's so heavy.
I know, and it's got some internals in it.
I know. It's
That's
got a
why-
little thing around back, but
Yeah, and that's where they put a charge in it after they fill it, and they plug that. It's
Wow.
not like a primer in a rifle.
yeah.
It's been plugged to keep the impact charge in there. Now, think about it in this terms. If there's black powder in there and lead balls,
Mhm.
when that is fired, when they swab a bore and they load those and they fire it, it's okay to get out the barrel. But when it comes to a stop on a hard object,
Yeah.
the lead
Wow.
ball detonate the black powder charge.
Oh my
And
God.
then
So,
they
yeah,
shatter.
I'll put this thing back in the flower garden. I'll be right back.
D-Dog, active shooter in Norman, Oklahoma.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, because I used to live in Moore, which is, 4 miles from Norman, because it's all basically one town.
I got a son-in-law there.
That's where my stepson lives.
Wow.
Well, I think he's still in Japan or somewhere right now. But his girly friend's there.
Yeah.
They bought a condo there. Or they're building a house there, I think, in Norman.
Well, that's Fort Sills area.
Yep.
Yep. Well, I'm going to have to.
Time to go down in that area and start shooting up places.
Yeah,
There's a lot of military all over there.
that's what I'm saying. And I
You got
hope it
Dell
ain't
City,
somebody
you got
sideways.
yeah. And Moore, where I lived in that little it wasn't a gated community, but it was all to have a house there. You bought the land and they built you a house. And then you pay the HOA and all that to stay there.
Right.
Yeah, there was a lot of Air Force and military all through that. Most of
Yeah.
it was.
It's a very large training facility now.
Yep.
Wow.
Uh,
Don't want to let those out. John H., I don't know what you're talking about there. Sorry, bud.
he went and put that shell back in the garden.
Yeah, I had to put it back in the flower garden. He got
Yes,
talking
sir.
about charges and grape shot, and I was thinking, golly, if that thing goes off or something.
It was like when you went out to get it. I shared with Shane.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't realize that the military goes out and has their little shoots and their practices and their summer camps and all, and even the National Guard. And there's
Yeah.
specific old artillery ranges in areas that they worked in, and you're going to find live rounds out there. And if you get your hands on the wrong one, like an HE round, and you drop it, it's, if with enough impact, it could go
Be
off.
very bad. Yeah, it could be very
Well, it's
bad.
already having one impact, and then you drop it again. Yeah, it wouldn't
Yeah.
have to make a very big
Yeah.
impact.
It's
What
not
round? What
pretty
did you say? An HG round? What'd you call it?
HE, high explosive.
HE. Oh,
It's
oh,
very
all right.
common at 50 caliber.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching a lot of these magnet fishing guys too on the bottom, and
Yep.
they're starting to find these things too.
Oh yeah,
All kinds of things. I seen one find a mortar round the other day.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I just thought they was like in Vietnam, and I'm a big Rambo person, especially long person. So I just thought that's where they was at. I didn't know there was some here. Yeah, they've been finding them in the river.
First and Second World War.
Oh, that shit was shipped all the way across the country to get out there to go to
Is
them.
it? Wow.
And in
So I
them
just-
days, when they wanted to dispose of things, they dumped it in a river or they dumped it overboard.
Yeah, and a
Wow.
pond.
I didn't even think of that. Why would they want to get rid of it though? Why wouldn't they want to keep that stuff?
Uh,
Mr. B
lot
says
like-
that.
Lot life. Basically, you can shoot a 70-year-old round, but you wouldn't take it to fight an enemy with.
Oh yeah, okay.
So
you're
they
right.
do have a certain shelf life attached to them in case lots of ammo get dumped at a specific time.
Mr. B says that ring is an oversized paperweight on eBay for $25.99.
Yeah,
So maybe you did get maybe you did get an aftermarket one or
Maybe
something.
I did.
I don't know.
yeah. I don't know. I just
But
shared it with y'all.
he showed the link.
Yeah, I didn't say it was
Well-
worth a fortune or nothing. I was just sharing it with y'all and showed.
I
Well,
can-
there's some of that shit that are worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
I can tell you this: you can go to a real gold and pawn shop that has the rate. It's an electronic metallurgy scan tool.
It's called a Nikon gun. It's $30,000.
Yes, and it will
Okay.
tell you the composition of that metal, and if it assays up correct, you got the genuine article.
Well, and
Oh, yeah,
that's what I
I've
was
seen
looking
those
at.
on Oak Island. Oak Island. Y'all ever heard of that? The Oak
Oh,
Island.
yeah.
Yeah, they got one of them things in there. They test
Yeah.
all them things. Yeah, I see
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're $30,000 gun. You can go to a scrapyard and ask them if they got a Nikon gun, and a lot of them do. And you go in there, and
They'll
just
have
shoot it.
one?
Yeah, they'll have one.
Yeah.
Most of your good ones will have one. And you go in there and they'll just shoot it and tell you, well, it's junk
Yep.
or it's,
I'll be dog.
and they'll tell you exactly what they'll give for it. And they'll usually give you a good price if it's junk, if it's
Yeah.
still got some good metal in it.
And it's a calibrated instrument that's going
Yeah, it has to be
through
calibrated every so many hours it's used.
metrological and physical calibration standards are attached to those if they're for real upfront business.
Well, not
Yeah.
only that, you have to be qualified to use the damn thing. And
Yeah.
it usually costs, it's like an infrared. You have to be, it's about $5,000 for training for the damn thing.
Yeah, probably just like a computer.
Yep.
But it will have a Metcal sticker attached to it.
Now, Mr. B, I thought you was going to come up after you ate, or you just wake up. Like I said, he might have ate so much he didn't want to come up. He had to take a nap.
That's what I used to call a food load.
Yeah.
Down.
Oh,
After-
there ain't no bad news, sir. I wasn't valuing it anyway. It's been in my drawer for 2 years anyway.
I don't
Never planned
think
on selling it and
do so.
never thought of it to be worth anything anyway. So it ain't no
Either
bad
way,
news.
it's a win-win. It's always a nice find. Either
Exactly,
way.
it ain't no bad news.
You know on eBay that everything's a knockoff anyhow.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. They're
they
probably
don't
selling knockoffs.
And if you have the genuine article, be amazed.
Could be nice. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like I said, I get stuff all the time. Like when I was arrowhead hunting
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
We used to
And
find
find
a
out-
lot of them when I was a kid, but you just can't hardly find none of them around my house anymore. Well, my old home in Cherokee County. That's where I was raised at, in South
Wow.
Carolina, very top of the state. We used to find
Well,
a
I'll
bunch of
tell
them.
you, Cherokee County was called Cherokee County for a reason.
Yeah, Cherokee Indians. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
look for your farming communities, and that's where you go.
Yep.
When they turn over the soil, and you have a fresh little sprinkle on it,
Rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
go walk it. You'll come across
Yeah.
shakers,
Nice.
Yeah, that's how we used to
grinders,
find them.
meat cutters. And,
Yeah,
and
my
I'm gonna tell
grandpa
you what, an arrowhead is not an arrowhead if it's over a half-inch long. People are
Yeah,
so
it's-
subtly
yeah.
mistaken. That's called a spear point.
Spear. Yep.
Arrowhead, a true arrowhead is what we call a bird point. And it's only about a half-inch long to maybe 5/8 inch long
Mhm.
and maybe a half-inch wide. Little
Yeah.
bitty.
Right.
And they
Exactly
nap them out of rock. And then they throw them in a fire and temper them. And did you know
Do
to
they?
this? Yes.
I didn't know that.
And they'll almost turn, some of them, depending on what they're made out of, will almost turn transparent.
I didn't know that.
You can see through
They
it.
did
And then,
courts like that. Did courts like that too?
yes. Do what?
Oh,
The cat?
I got to take a man break.
All right.
I'll be back.
Yeah, and the arrowheads, like I said, the true arrowheads are something that they're well worth finding because they're worth more than the spear point, depending on what spear point it is. Now you get a Johnny Walker or something like that. Yeah, that thing's it's a because they can be up 3 inches long and it's over $1,000 an inch.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
they're-
seen them things. They're incredible. But a lot of times the tips are broken off, but still, it's just incredible to look at how old they are and still be around.
12
Grandpa used to have
2,000
a
years.
golf club. He used to have a golf club, and the end was broken off. The part you hit the golf ball with, he would just have the stick. And he would flip them over and look,
Yep.
look and see if it was a arrowhead or not. We used to go all the time. He would plow the field, getting ready for plant corn or okra, just planting a bunch of stuff. But then we would walk it and do that. He would have that same golf club every year and flipping rocks over with.
Oh yeah, and you can always tell. You'll know it when you see it. There ain't no.
Shane,
Well, yes, sir.
this was found in my local area in the sand.
Okay.
God bless.
Even the tips broke off, but you have got yourself.
Wow,
Let me see the base. Let me see.
that's incredible.
Go
God,
the other
Lee,
way.
that's worked so good.
And the bad thing is, yeah, where it straps onto the stick is broke off.
Yeah, it's broken two places. Actually, it's broken the back and the front.
I
Yeah,
found
it's
this in a sand road in the local area here.
Wow.
And more than likely a cow stepped on it and is what's broken.
Yeah, you probably ox or
That's,
cow.
that's what that's, but
God
hey,
does have
run your
part-
finger down the edge. Run your finger down the edge. I guarantee
Oh,
it's probably still sharp.
It'd
Yeah,
cut you.
probably. That's just crazy how they could make stuff like that. I've tried to do that before, and I just don't know which way they would hit the rocks like that. I just don't know. Or they have a tool that done it, or
A bone, a bone or an antler.
A bone or
bone.
an antler or another rock.
really. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
tried to do it before, and it's
Napping
not
is a
possible.
son of
I
a
can't
gun.
do it. Yeah, I
And
can't.
there-
They in later days they used brass rods. They'd use little short, fat brass rods. Once brass come into play,
Yeah.
from the Spaniards, they'd use brass rods and nap them because they'd lay it on a rock and just put it at an angle and nap them off.
Yeah.
And those little naps on when there was rock to rock, those
Yeah.
little naps were so short and so tight. The thing would stay that 24,000 years later, still be as sharp as it was the day they throw it in.
Oh
the
yeah,
fire.
yeah.
It's called a
You know what one of the favorite scalpels is a surgeon uses right to this day? Flint.
Flint, right? Okay.
Same damn thing the Indians use because it won't lose its edge like a steel blade. Even a little
Yeah.
bitty thin steel blade that people use for like in the pork industry and some of your surgeries.
Yeah.
But the thing
Ceramic,
is,
ceramic type blades.
Yeah, even those will not hold an edge like flint.
Wow.
Ceramic is an imitation of what God created here in nature.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Now, to
That's,
my
that's a
estimate,
big
this
spear.
is white quartz that's
Mhm.
processed through heat, or it's regional, what they call chert rock.
Chirp, yes, yeah, chirp rock. I've heard the Hoover boys say that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at John H's comment. I'll put it on the screen because he is exactly correct. Obsidian blades
Yep.
are
If you
far
take-
sharper than any metal that can be made, and they hold the edge.
And that is volcanic rock.
Yep.
If
And how'd that get here to Oklahoma? Hello, it's called Indians back then used to trade with other Indians, and they'd have big meets everywhere.
Yep.
And
Yep.
they'd all come down and trade all their different stuff, their pelts, their
Yep.
all their goods, their what they build, and
Yep.
then it would disperse from there.
and what they held really dear to them hung in a little bag around their neck.
I want to tell you what, they there's a little place out here, right here in the Panhandle. Since back when the Indians were here, we had 243 running rivers at that time. Yeah, they're called swap.
Wow.
Yeah, they're basically swap meets.
Yeah.
And but anyway, there was 243 natural running streams that come right out of the ground. So this was a heaven for critters, and they would always come here because it was always fresh water, and it wasn't right down on the big river basin, which is sand basin, which ain't good. So they'd all come out here, and there was a 13-mile stretch where they'd camp, 13 miles long, and I had permission to hunt on 12 of it.
Mm.
And I have been for years. I have 248 sites I hit in
God.
Beaver County only. Only. That's just in Beaver County.
I bet you the mosquitoes was horrible back then. All them waterways.
I don't know
That's
because it's moving water. No, mosquitoes only develop in stagnant water.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So there was
Old
probably
ponds,
less.
Stale
There was less
water. Yeah,
back then.
that's right. That's right.
There was probably less then than they are now.
That's right.
Now, I'll share another background story
Uh-oh.
with you. I used to live in northeastern Pennsylvania, and above the Susquehanna River,
Great place to metal detect. Great place.
Yep.
and a high point above the river on the eastern side of the Susquehanna River, there's a mountaintop with a big flat base. It's called Council Cup. And it's where the 7 tribes of that region used to meet and have council.
Yeah.
Oh,
And you can't not find something in the fields there in
I
that
know.
surrounding area when they till it. I
yeah,
mean,
there's large
like
fence
Shane
and stuff
said,
everywhere.
every time it rains, it exposes something new.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm going to tell you what, going along riverbeds and the edge starts washing off, especially close to a campsite, always go look there because there'll be arrowheads and spear points and
Everywhere.
shapers and cutters all through that crap. I don't know how many knives, cutters, and shapers I've got.
But
It's
this,
just crazy. Bone needles. I got
Yeah.
bone needles.
I've never seen one of them. I've never seen one of them.
Yeah, it's made out of bone.
it's
Mhm.
splinter of bone like a needle.
It's made for threading into leather.
Made their little vests and things with them. Yeah,
Yep.
I've seen stories, but I've never seen one, or never seen a bone needle.
Trust me,
may-
I did all that research
One
because
dig and not know what it was.
So
You're
now-
probably right. Could have.
Dirty old
I love
stick.
finding marbles. I find marbles all the time. I love finding marbles.
Oh,
You can't find a marble and not smile. It's impossible. You just can't. do it.
there is a few marbles out there worth a lot of money.
Yeah, I found a couple of clay marbles.
Oh, there you
Uh,
go.
Yeah, they're real hard to find, but yeah, I found a couple of clay marbles, but got some other the other marbles too. That's the regular kind. Yeah, you just every time you find one, you smile. You just can't stop yourself. It's funny, just how something that simple can make you just take you back to your childhood and stuff.
Yes,
We
it
went
does.
up to where was that? Jerome, Arizona. And we stayed out there for a week, and we went in some of these old caves and some of these old dump grounds. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of marbles.
Really?
I
Just
mean,
laying there.
yeah, it was like all the childhood toys, which is marbles.
You're not the
and-
only one to tell me that. You're not the only one to.
Yep.
Some other people I watch, PA relic hunters. They said they've seen some places like that too, just to have marbles everywhere.
I
You
mean,
know-
God, I mean, you'd find as many marbles as you would glass containers with wood corks in them.
Man,
Every child back in the day had a sack of marbles.
Yes, they did.
And when
Yep.
they outgrew them marbles, the folks tossed them and they
Yep,
went
they
to a pit or, where.
I don't
Well,
know.
back then it wasn't a pit; it was just a washout.
I had one. I don't know what happened to mine. I honestly don't. Probably saying, probably what you just said. Probably got tossed in
Yep.
Yeah.
a landfill somewhere.
That's usually what happens to them because they
Right.
didn't hold any. I mean, it may be a value of nostalgia or your childhood memories, but the parents didn't see that as valuable to keep around. So
No.
as
No.
you grew out of them, they just went away and nobody
It's like
knows.
clothes or something.
Oh yeah.
It's like clothes you grew out of or something.
The only people that collect marbles anymore, which there are several, I mean, quite a few, from your baby boomers on till now. Well, not
Yeah.
till now, till
But yeah, I know
late
what you mean.
80s.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people collecting damn things, and they pay good money for special ones like the cat eyes. They love them. They love the red obsidian ones.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a big market for them, and every time I come across marbles, I'll pick them up and I'll give them my brother because he collects.
I love them. I don't collect. Well, I guess I do. There's ones I find I keep. But I just, since, let's see. So I'm 40. I just turned 45 in March. So I ain't had marbles in about 40 years.
I have a number of they're a light amber yellow color, but they have holes in the glass,
Oh.
Yep.
and they were part of a game board,
Oh.
Like Chinese checkerboard.
Yeah.
It was very old, but there's actual bubbles inside the glass. They were blown, and
Yeah.
and
I
they're
was trying
trying.
to think of what that
but-
game was.
Old marbles.
Yeah,
Old marbles.
So I remember playing that game when I was little.
What?
The one with the marbles and you
Yeah.
it was
yeah.
on
You
it had
take.
that little cutouts and the cardboard little plate you played on.
Yep, I got the plate too.
Really?
Yeah,
If you still got all the
Wow.
pieces and the marbles, you got a relic.
come from a great
Yeah,
aunt.
you do.
Q City says you can find them a lot at auctions.
Huh.
Well, this thing's old, I could tell you that. And it's on a walnut board
Okay.
and it's very old.
Dang.
But cool.
That'd
Yeah, I
be
played
cool.
the cardboard cutout of it. It was an identical game. I was
Yeah.
trying to think what the hell it was called.
I don't know the name of what the game's called. All I know is you start it out and there's one hole open
Yes.
and you keep jumping them till you get to one left. And then you
Yeah.
cover the board.
That's so amazing that you remember that. I know. I had forgotten completely about it until you just said that.
Yep, I remember
Golly.
playing it. Chinese
Wow.
checkers. Yeah, that may have been it. It may have been the Chinese checkers because I remember that and it was the same damn way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was another form of it, an Americanized version. The Chinese checkers, you had 5 different patterns on it with significance. All the balls of that triangle were the ones that competed against each other.
Correct.
So,
John H says he used to live down the road from Moon Marble Company in Bonner Springs, Kansas.
yep,
Yep.
I've heard of that before.
Swap meets.
Now,
Yeah, swap
Have you
meets.
heard-
Yeah, when he said swap meets, we was talking about the arrowheads and stuff.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That's when we was talking about that. But yes, that's what they had. Because we have stuff here from Colorado, we have stuff here from Utah, we have stuff here from Washington State, we have stuff here from West Virginia, that those materials don't exist here. So
Yeah.
you know they would come for days and days and days to get here during the swaps. But it was 13-mile long swap with Indian camps everywhere, and they were always napping and always making more stuff daily.
And coming The-
Camps.
13 different rivers that you said? They come
Huh?
from directions to get there.
Oh, they come from everywhere to get to all them rivers. Plus,
Yeah.
then they go out and chase buffalo off the damn ravines into canyons because it was easier than shooting them with 300 arrows just to get one limping. Because the arrows back then wouldn't really penetrate very far.
Yep. That was
But
a
they
tricky
chased them
camp.
off a damn cliff, and then they would throw their spears down or rocks down and kill them. And then they would go down, and during times like that, because Indians were real good about wasting meat. They didn't waste it. But during times like that, they would cut all the prime meats out of it, and the rest of it laid.
But not only the meat, they didn't waste anything off of it.
No, but during the trades, they would. They only took the prime meats, which is going to be the hump off the buffalo, the back strap, some of the muscles. Yeah, they didn't butcher them like we do nowadays. But yes, they was very big on not wasting meat or the fur. But during the trade season, when everybody was down trading, because we found some that from, I don't know how long it is, but you can still see some of the fur fibers, the remnants of it in the ground.
Yeah.
We found skulls. We found skulls with spear points still stuck in them. Because the sediment fills them back in,
That's what I'd like
and
to
you
find.
just start washing back out.
Stuck in it.
We dug out I don't know how many buffaloes, and the only thing we could never find was a skull because everybody always go take the damn things.
Mm-hmm.
That would be cool.
Yep, we do that all the time.
Well, if you look at it in the reality of the terms of what they had to use to make their hides and tan them, they went straight for the brain.
Yep.
Oh,
And you know how
yes.
they tan most of their hides?
The brain and urine, and the salt in the urine was the curing agent for the old hide.
Well, not only that, there's another way they used to do it,
Yeah.
especially on deer. They would chew, the ladies that were sitting around the camp while the men were hunting, they would chew the hide.
Yes.
Their saliva would tan that hide. They would roll it to where the fur wasn't in their mouth, but just the hide itself.
God,
It
they
would-
chew it.
Yeah, they would just gnaw on it.
I heard
They would just gnaw on it, and they'd keep turning it, and rolling it, and gnawing on it.
I've
And
heard
that's what tan the hides.
Wow.
Yep. Their saliva.
All right, I got to step away. Light this thing up. I'm running out of power.
All righty.
I'll be right back.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good. Butch, we're still here, and so are you. You're more than welcome to come up. Give us some of your knowledge.
Yeah, I love to hear everybody's take.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Oh, I
So
do too.
That picture you got, it's got the bars. That looks like Cheers
Yeah.
underneath you.
One of my titles was "Come Here Where Everybody Knows Your Name" because we know pretty much everybody.
I just sort of just looking at that, it just reminds me of Cheers. I don't know why. Well, I do
Yep.
know why, because it's the bar stools. But
Yep. Yeah, they used to call me Norm.
God. No. That's funny. There's some reservations.
Okay, they would do that to soften tan hide. Okay, D-Dog corrected me. They would do that to soften tan hide.
So, God,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
because I guess when you tan a hide, it does get pretty stiff.
You know how to taste like crap. I mean, golly,
Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't swallow it.
man. Just goes to show you just how just things were back then, just what they went through and what they
Like
had
I
to do.
said, they said the Indians only been here for 2,000 to 6,000 years. And then they said, okay, it's 12,000 years. And then we found
Yeah,
the
no, yeah.
paleos and now it's 24,000 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's
Wait till they find
Yeah.
something a little deeper.
exactly right. Longer than that, yeah.
Yeah, the Indians have been here for, and whether
But
they
they date some of them rocks now at like 50,000 years. Some of those points and things like that.
yeah, but they can't prove prove or disprove it either way, so they don't put
Yeah.
that out.
That's amazing. That's about like Bigfoot. They can't can't disprove. I just can't. People blow my mind. Bigfoot stuff like that. Do y'all believe? I know y'all don't. Y'all believe in Bigfoot?
Okay, let me say this: you ever seen one?
No,
Okay, you ever seen an alien? No.
no,
You ever seen God?
no.
Okay. Why
I
can't they exist?
So
Well, I mean, if I just think it like this: if we can dig up entire skeletons of 50 billion 50 billion years ago dinosaurs and dig up the complete skeletons, but we can't find one freaking Bigfoot bone that's supposed to be still alive today, that's just
Have we or
It
have we
blows my
not?
mind.
Okay, let's
That
go
blows
back.
my
Let's
mind.
go back. Let's go back. They find an 18-foot tall skeletons of human-looking remains.
yeah,
12
yeah.
to 18 foot tall. Okay, let me ask
Yeah.
you something.
Sometimes taller than that.
Yeah, okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you think they had a parlor that could go get their hair cut in weekly?
Good.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. They would be pretty hairy, correct? And they'd
Yeah.
have that reddish brown tint to it, correct?
Well,
And supposedly they fought one in Afghanistan 4 years ago, coming out of a cave.
supposedly though, it ain't no,
Yeah, it's never been
no proof.
confirmed.
no
Yeah.
proof.
Well, there's no proof on a lot of things. Say, look at NASA. Hello.
Yeah, but I mean, you can prove a dinosaur. We can prove different kind of species. You can prove
well,
but
think
there's
about
not
it.
not one Sasquatch bone anywhere.
How do you know
Anywhere.
a Nephilim was not a Sasquatch?
Or
Maybe that's
Bigfoot or
maybe-
Yeti or
yeah,
whatever
yeah.
they call them.
a Yeti or whatever you want to call them. Maybe it was the same damn thing. It's just people back earlier called them Nephilim or giants, and people nowadays call them Sasquatch. Maybe that's different. See, and it may be an offspring, which is a smaller offspring because they're
Yeah, but well, we
a
know the
person-
difference between giants, giant humans and an animal, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot wasn't an animal.
No, that's what I'm saying. But we know the
Think about
difference.
it.
though.
He's got that. Think about it. Okay, let's think about that. I'm not saying he is real or not, but here, I look at both sides. Let's say Sasquatch is the former part of man. So he'd have the exact same DNA as a man. And so you go find hair fibers and you think it's Sasquatch, but the DNA in it shows it's human.
But there's
Okay.
no DNA of human. There is no DNA of Bigfoot or Sasquatch or anything.
Well, they supposedly had some of
Yeah,
red hair
supposedly.
fiber.
There is
and
no
it was
confirmed
considered human. It was considered human DNA.
human. Yes, but there is no
Okay,
Sasquatch or Bigfoot DNA anywhere.
well,
that we know of.
Zero anywhere.
Right, that we know of.
Yeah.
But the Smithsonian hides everything from us.
exactly. That's
Yeah.
that's what I'm going to interject into this
I'm going
conversation.
to say that.
Every
Definitely not gonna say that.
Every time there is a discovery, the Smithsonian gets it and it's gone.
Yeah,
I want to tell you what, they make it disappear to where they don't even show it.
that's just weird
Yeah.
that they do that. You know why?
They
I just
found-
wonder
they
why would they
found
do
it.
that?
They don't want
They
you to
found it
know.
because they don't want the truth coming out. Because everything
so
they've
weird.
told us since 20s is a freaking lie.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it's a freaking
That's-
lie.
that's so weird.
You know, this is my personal take, my opinion only. I always wanted to go visit the Smithsonian and all the different halls and chambers of it.
Ain't it? What is it? Is it just paintings, or is it just a lot? Is it a lot of things?
No, they got a lot of relics on display.
Oh, really? See, I
it's
just
a
thought it was
collect-
paintings.
Everything. It's an institute that is really a museum institute, but
Learning center.
from my understanding, they got 5 different sectors of it,
Uh,
but you can't find any of the things we're discussing.
and here's the funny thing. Wouldn't it be nice if you could get access to the places and the parks that they don't want to show? Because
Exactly.
you know what they displayed?
What
It's all
what do you say? Parks or the parts? The parks or parts?
Any
I
of
was
them.
Oh,
go to
any
the
of them.
parks.
Farm.
Yeah, go to
Yeah.
the parks of the
Yeah.
Smithsonian. They don't allow you in because I think there's only 3 main buildings in the world of Smithsonian. The 3 mains, and that's where they
Huh.
keep all the relics they don't want out. Look at all that shit they found on supposedly found on the down in Grand Canyon on the Colorado that disappeared, and now they blocked that whole area off. Now, why'd they block
No.
it off? There was nothing to hide.
Now
Oh, yeah.
you
They
cannot go.
blocked it off because they said because it's Yellowstone Park, but that's not true.
No, it's
No.
bullshit. It's a lie.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a
They said
bullshit
what they
lie.
said, what they tried to blame it on. They said they've tried to repopulate the wolf population back in there. That they said that's why they blocked it off, but that's not.
Really? Yeah. How many
Yeah.
wolves lived in the damn desert? I'm
That-
sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry. That's a bullshit lie too.
yeah.
I mean,
That's
think
what-
about
that's
it.
what they
And
said
they
there.
supposedly had Egyptian carvings they found in there. They
Wow.
had 18-foot mummies they found in there.
They're finding
Now,
that
this is
stuff
all
at
supposed.
Skinwalker Ranch now. They found a
Yes.
bunch of new stuff at Skinwalker Ranch.
Yes. And so here's the
I love
thing.
that show. I watch that
This
show.
belongs to the American people, not a couple politicians trying to hide and cover their ass because they've been lying
Yep.
to us forever.
Yep.
I mean, if there's nothing there, why are you hiding it? That just shows
that's-
guilt. That shows
It does.
guilt.
Yep.
Why Dianne Feinstein take the biggest gold depository ever known to man, which is half of California, and make it a national park, and you cannot dig in it?
What is that? I didn't even know that.
Exactly.
What is it?
That's a natural ravine that has more gold in it than the rest of the world combined.
Where?
In California.
California? I
Yeah.
didn't know anything about that.
Yes. And it's all a national park, and you cannot dig there. You cannot drill there. You cannot do anything. You can hike.
Okay. Reference to what I told you I found earlier.
Yeah.
That's at a national park.
Yep.
But I was working subcontracting to them at the time. And that was just a perchance find that I found with my eyes by sight, but I never told anybody. And there's probably more, but you're not allowed
Oh,
to.
definitely. That's weird. They would do that.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, it's a national seashore, it's a national park. There's old
Yeah.
houses that are under the sand dunes, as a sand
Oh.
dunes that are completely encapsulated in sand.
I'd love to dig there. Well, whew.
And
I'd love to dig there.
let me tell you, there's history there because during the War of 1812, our side was on the riverside, and the British ships were out there at sea, ready to come in our inlet, and they
Yeah.
saw 3 of them out there. Okay, if you go to the rivers in my area, there are huge piles of ballast stones from all these rocks.
Yep.
My town is the same date lineage as St. Augustine, Florida, but they call it the second oldest city in America. Okay, but it's the same time frame as St. Augustine,
Really?
except in Georgia, not Florida.
Right. That's where people get confused.
Yeah, they get real confused.
Yeah, because they go to Florida looking for it, and all they find is a bunch of nothing.
And during the War of 1812, there's tunnels under our, and we live in a salt marsh area, but there's bricked in tunnels that they closed off that the people went and hid from the British in. And it's
Yep.
documented history.
Yep.
They took the cows, they took everything. And when the British got here, there was nothing for them to plunder.
Man.
There was nothing for them to fight other than a few people standing up there going, "Hmm."
Yeah. And you know, it's pretty amazing. There's a lot of history to be had and shared, but it's all suppressed.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to tell you what we found out here, which woolly mammoth we had found out here a bunch, so that's not a big deal. But me and a couple buddies was out, and we do, area hunting, and we find shark's tooth out here
Oh yeah.
in the
That's a
middle of
big thing.
Oklahoma Panhandle.
I got jars.
The OU,
That's a big thing.
I call it the OU Hysterical Society. It's called the OU Historical Society. They're as bad as the Smithsonian. We found a tooth. We couldn't figure out what the hell it was.
Wow.
We thought it was an old horse tooth, very old. It was the same period because it was right next to the same depth as the woolly mammoth right next to it.
Man.
So we sent it in. We had it checked. They quarantined the whole damn area, and we said, "Why'd you quarantine it? We couldn't go in there no more."
God.
Well, they told us we couldn't. That didn't mean anything to me. Anyway, it was a freaking camel tooth
God.
in the middle of Oklahoma, in the panhandle of Oklahoma, in Beaver County.
So there was, well, I
It is
guess
a
they had
camel
to be.
tooth.
Yeah. There's a
And
camel. I guess there had to be camels there if there's a camel tooth there.
there was shark teeth too. So I'm like, okay, we had woolly mammoths, we had shark, we had camels. What the hell? Which one was it? What do we have? An ocean? We have a desert, or we have a frozen tundra?
Yeah, one of the three.
Or
Take
you
your
had
pick.
you had a worldwide existence of various animals that were created and put here.
Yep,
Remnants remain.
yep,
Like he was saying about dinosaurs, you have physical evidence.
yep.
It's found. You can't dispute it. You look at the size of it and you're in awe. It's not uncommon in this area to find, especially when they dredge the harbor for the submarines to go out, and they put the dredge sand up on this sand island, and you can find megalodon teeth that are bigger than your hand.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I've seen people find
And that's
those.
very
6
common.
and 7 pound teeth.
Yeah, and they paying like $3,500, $4,000 for them.
Yes, sir.
That's
And
just crazy for a
no,
tooth to pay that much.
they're spit out with the dredge sand in these sandbanks on Sand Island, just so they can make the water deep enough for the submarines to navigate out the channel.
Awesome.
Okay,
That's
Mr.
the
B's
whole-
been watching that OU deal, I do believe, and he says library being searched second time, students and surrounding businesses still in shelter in place, possible fake SWAT call-in.
Wow.
Okay, I think he's still talking about the OU deal down in Norman.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it is just a one of them reverse things where they tried to incite something, but it didn't really happen.
Yeah, well, and you're in the reddest part of the damn state, Norman, Oklahoma. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The only place you're going to find blues up at Tulsa. I'm sorry.
We've had that conversation, I believe.
Several different
Around-
times.
Them.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to go detecting down your way a little bit, down in Georgia. I was
It would be cool. I could point you in some directions. I don't know that you get permission, but there's some areas that I know is inert that you can access from walking through the marsh.
oh my god,
Old
like houses that are houses that are not there anymore, but you can just
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
chimney's still there, or just like there's a hole there, or just broken pottery
Well-
or bricks laying around in the middle of a field. Oh, that's perfect.
like the downtown area. We
Oh,
still got
God.
13 cannons in our in the middle of the road that are old war cannons from,
Yeah,
but now they're part of the decor of the town. There used to be 6 of them in front of the elementary school.
God. So I lived in Aiken when I was young for a little bit, for about 5 years, and then we moved to Cherokee County, and that's where I was raised.
Well,
Augusta, Georgia, right there at Aiken, right there. That's where I was.
yeah.
That's where I was born at down there. But yeah, we
Well,
moved to
I'm-
Cherokee County.
I'm down on
Cross.
the Georgia-Florida coastal line.
Oh, you really? Where
Yeah.
you now? Where Shane? Where you from?
Oklahoma,
Oklahoma. Wow.
where the wind
Oklahoma.
comes sweeping in the plains, and the waving wheat sure smells sweet right before the rain. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know that one. I'm out in the panhandle. I'm not in the body of it.
God,
Where they're talking about John H. and Mr. B are talking about that down at OU at Norman.
Southwestern,
Well, yeah,
just
it's
above
more central. It's more central. It's about 3 hours from me, 3.5.
Okay.
not
I've been wanting to get Tanya, my wife. I just want to go out west, just drive out and just see things.
You
Just the
just want to
mountains,
come out here to see
desert.
nothing. Okay. Come on
Things
out
like
there
that,
if you can see nothing. 'Cause there ain't
And there's-
nothing out here.
There's mountains here, but I just like to see the desert and just just things out there like that. Just some of these things that people say, like the biggest ball of yarn and the big. It'd just be cool just to stop and just see
Isn't
those
that in
things.
Kansas.
Kansas, just anywhere, any of those places. Just
Well,
want to
yeah,
go and say I've been there.
40 miles north of my house is where they originally filmed part of The Wizard of Oz in 1939.
Wow. See
Yeah.
stuff like that. See, it's cool.
Liberal, Kansas. Yep. One of the greatest shows ever played on TV.
You're right.
Wizard
You're
of
right.
Oz.
Greatest
And it's still
song.
played
One
to
of the
this
greatest
day.
songs.
Do what?
One of the greatest songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the call? What was her
Somewhere
name?
in the rainbow.
Hang on a
Yeah.
second.
What was her name? Oh gosh. Dorothy.
I can't even think of it right now.
Oh my God. I can't believe I can't think of her. Ruth. Oh my God. Can't believe I
Yeah,
can't think of her name.
we're all
Anyway.
having that same mental block.
But anyway, yeah, that's people like that. They there was this hotel in Blacksburg where I'm from, and it's of course it's gone now. It's been burnt down like in the 1935. But supposedly they built another one in the same spot. But yeah, totally. She had come by there, and later on she had come by there, Elvis and people like that. That's why I always wanted to go metal detecting at that spot. We just never could find it because it burnt down again like in the 60s, and we just couldn't never find it or find just if Judy Garland.
Yep,
Garland.
You got
Judy
it.
Garland. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, just maybe finding something that belonged to one of them or something would have been cool.
Now, let me throw this at you. This is unproven fact, but it's passed down heritage from that Cumberland Island. It was a plantation island, and the area that we restored those chimneys and propped them up from the old slave quarters was called
Wow.
Stafford Plantation. It belonged to a man named Bo Stafford. Okay.
Okay.
During the Civil War, when they come in and set them free, they gave each of them a $50 gold piece. Now,
Really?
legend has it that there's $50,000 worth of gold pieces on that island because they enjoyed their life there and did not want to leave.
Really?
And it became a national park and national seashore.
Oh.
And all the rich and famous people from our history inhabited that island from 1700s on. I referred to Light Horse Harry Lee earlier, but prior to him, who turned him onto it was Oglethorpe, James Oglethorpe. And he was one of the people that come down and basically sectored out and governed this particular area of Georgia before statehood.
Okay.
So there's a lot of history here.
Oh, yeah, I know it. That's
And a lot of things that went on, but nobody's ever recovered that gold. And
I don't even know what a 50 piece looks like.
take on it is that's why you can't go there and dig up anything. You can't go prospect the area,
Yeah, okay.
do any of those things. Just
I don't
like
even
in
know
the,
what a 50 gold piece would look like anyway.
Well, a $50 gold piece in them days was about the size of half a dollar.
Yeah, God, it would be worth so much now. It'd be probably worth $1 million now. One of
Well,
those
I'm gonna tell you
coins.
what, a 50,
At least
you know,
10 or $15 piece.
a 50-cent piece of gold back then was about the same size. He is correct as a 50-cent piece. The problem is it was a little thinner. It was a little
Yeah.
thinner. It wasn't as thick as your half dollar.
Yeah,
72%.
about size of a King George. About size of
Yeah.
a King George copper coin.
Yeah, it wasn't as thin as the copper coins.
Yeah.
You know, like your penny, your full penny, your half penny, your quarter penny. It wasn't that thin. Your dimes. It
Wow.
was. You know, it was a little thicker, but not. that
And
thin.
here's the thing, Shane, that I'm not even sure of.
Okay.
Know if it was Confederate gold or Union gold.
Oh, I would love to
Man.
talk about. There's another gold that everybody's missing on that went disappearing, and that's
And
back
that
in the
means
Civil War when the North.
that means a lot of wealth.
And it was, what was it? It wasn't a KGB because that was Russian, but it was
Yeah.
a K.
ACT.
Yes, that's it. That gold
Was
went
it?
missing.
Yeah. Because
That-
of limited amount and the tradition that's attached to it. It's not just the gold value of it, but it's
disappeared
rare.
somewhere because it was coming from the north to pay the south so they could fight the war.
Yeah.
And somewhere
Hmm.
along the line, and in between about 4 states, it disappeared. And the
Yep.
tip of Oklahoma was one of them.
Dang.
Also here in Georgia.
Yes, it went through Georgia and then cut back across and down and around, and Oklahoma, and I might have cut across part and then went over to New Mexico. I think it's as far west as it went.
Yep.
But somewhere in there, 4 or 5 states, it disappeared.
Yes, it did.
Get
Fell
this:
out of
the
existence.
troops, the trailers, all disappeared. No one could find them.
Dang.
Well,
Just what because I've been wanting to talk about that forever because I read about that and I love that story. I'd like to trip across it on accident and stub my toe on it and dig up a couple trailer loads, wagon trailer loads.
you and me both. This island's 13 miles long.
Uh-huh.
At its widest point, it's only 1.5 miles across.
Oh wow!
God.
And it was the mansion ground and the wintering home of all the elite, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, all of them.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry.
people that invented Coca-Cola, their name escapes me right now.
You mean the ones that invented cocaine cola?
Yes. Yes.
It's all made out of the
They
cocoa
all live
plant.
there.
It's like hot cocoa. Hershey's hot cocoa was for a long time till they realized it was the same thing they was making cocaine out of. They quit using the cocoa.
Yep.
Yep.
That's
And
crazy.
they changed the
That's
ingredients to
crazy.
a synthetic. But it's true. That's why it was so
Oh, yeah.
addictive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah.
And it was a cure-all if you felt bad, you didn't after you had one.
Yeah, you know that ain't no shit.
That's crazy.
But it's
They said Mr. B says Skinner just told any officers not there, stand down, campus is safe. So in other words, it must have been a bullshit thing going on.
thank
They'd
God.
have had it going on all night long.
I'd hate to sit there and watch an in suspense and just worried about it. And,
I know.
why
Yeah.
it alarmed me when I heard that, but thank God it's not a real thing.
Yeah.
I'm relieved.
Yeah.
We don't need another one of any of that.
Well, y'all, I believe I'm gonna have to get in bed. I hate to leave y'all. But I believe I'm gonna have
No,
to
it's all
get to
good because we're going to run about 15 more minutes. We're going to shut her down too.
Mr.
Oh,
Jeremy, or whatever, North Carolina.
Digging up South
whatever it
Carolina.
is.
Yeah, digging up Carolina, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Okay. It's been a pleasure to
Yeah.
speak with
Oh man, I had a ball, man. Love you guys, man. It was awesome. Awesome. I love
Enjoyed.
y'all guys.
Much enjoyed.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Same here. Heck, I'd love to come back on another time.
Anytime, man. You're welcome anytime up here.
Cool. Cool deal. Thank y'all.
You
Yeah,
were
man, hey,
first.
I'll get up with you about that whites. Remember, I email you about that whites too. If you want some money for it, I'll pay you for it. That metal detector.
I believe he's talking to you, Shane.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got two different conversations. What was your question there, son?
Oh, I said that white's metal detector. I said if you want to, man, I'll pay you something for it.
Ah, shit. Yeah. Just pay for the shipping. Shit, I'll give it to you. I'll go get over next door and dig it out. It's got, like I said, the two better holes there, all that shit. But I want that new
Oh,
one.
yeah.
I paid $265 to have it rebuilt, something like that. But I don't, and I used it 3 or 4 times after that.
Yeah.
But I want the new one. Because them
I
old
hear you,
ones are
man.
great. They're awesome. But here's the
Yeah.
thing. They're not as accurate. And so it's like, beating your head against a wall.
It is.
So it's like, and you can do it with or without the headphones, but still, I just not going to use it anymore. I want the good one. And I've been putting it off for a couple of years, but I may go ahead and go do it. Just get it. My brother got one. I didn't get a good brand, but he got a decent little one, I think it was a Garrett, one of the cheaper end ones. That's a pretty good little unit.
Oh yeah.
But no, I want the good one. Because I want to pinpoint and know exactly. I ain't gonna spend all my time digging up nails or a piece of wire.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I know exactly what you
You
mean.
want that discrimination factor.
Yes,
sir.
I want it very prominent.
Yes.
I'm not no spring chicken. I can't spend my days digging holes. Because one day I'll be digging my own hole, which I think I am anyway, and I'll be in there soon enough. I don't want to dig a bunch more. I ain't gonna bury
Yeah, I
every
dig
squirrel that gets
dig a
shot
lot
out
of
there.
holes. I dig a lot of holes. That ain't no joke. I dig a lot of holes. Good gracious.
Yep, that's it. So anyway, all right, Jeremy, it's good to see you, and we will. Hey, anytime. We will talk to you
Cool.
soon.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Shane Phillips, and the cat. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I've always wanted that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and cool. Thank y'all so much. I'll get back up with y'all.
All right, sounds good,
All
bud.
right. See y'all, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
Loved it. Good conversation. Good, clean fun.
Yeah, Garrett AT Pro is good, John H. Yeah, that is a good one. When the hell do you have time to go do it? That's the question I'd have.
I want to do it, but I don't think my limitations would allow me to get up and down that much. It's all I could do to pull off a garden, I don't think I could go around kneeling down, digging holes and trying to pinpoint.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, I need to get a new pinpointer too. Mine went to shit on me.
A man needs to know his limitations. And I know that's outside
Well,
of
and the good thing is, I got nephews and brothers and shit like that.
that you could
Yeah.
point them and say, dig here.
Yeah. What's in that?
Yeah.
It's over there, wherever it is.
Yeah, that's cool.
I can find thousands of nails without leaving home. I want to tell you what, you can bury nails in the 14s and 1500s. And the funny thing is, they have a way of finding its way to the surface. I have found cut nails on ground or right below the surface. I mean, within an inch of the surface. They hadn't been used since, I don't know, the 30s.
Let me
And-
ask
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this. Are they rusty or are they blackened?
They're rusty. These are rusty old things.
Okay. Normally, those that have been through a house fire,
Uh-huh.
they
They're
go through
black.
the process
Yep.
and they're like case hardened.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say they're hard.
Cut nails were hardened anyhow, but they've had a double treatment and they usually stay in a lot better condition than the ones that you find are rusty.
You know what's funny is we found a bunch of cut nails that looked almost, you know,
Black.
yeah, they was almost black, but man, they were
Yep.
all there. I mean, just, and we reused them for putting base plates to concrete.
Yep.
We drill an 1/8 hole and put two of them right next to each other,
Wedge them in there.
drive them in at the same time, get them in there as far as you can. I'm gonna tell you what, you cannot move that damn wall.
I
Only thing that
understand.
moves it if it goes straight up or straight down, but other than side to side, you ain't moving it.
I got you. That's the way they pin things together.
Yep.
And those old nails that have experienced, like they were originally put in an old farmhouse or something like that burned down, and the house fires were very common during Candle era.
Right.
They went through a second hardening other than with the blacksmith that cut those nails.
Oh, I know it. I know it. Can you imagine a blacksmith making nails?
It's like yeah,
Can
but
you imagine that?
had to do it.
Yeah, but can you imagine the process to make several million nails?
I do. I mean, it was a lifetime spent hammering away at something and heating it and sweating over it. But that's what he did.
That's probably where the lackeys worked.
Yeah.
They probably started out on nails.
Well, yeah, because when you got to the more intricate ironworks,
Yeah, that's where the
it
experts
took a
come in.
degree of knowledge and understanding how to move that metal and how to shape it.
Yeah, how to manipulate. You don't move it; you manipulate it.
Yeah, you're
Yep.
bringing it to what your desire sees,
Yeah.
and it's not cooperative.
No, hell no. That's why it takes a big hammer,
Yeah,
and then you soak it in water real fast. You just drown it in water,
yeah,
tempers it, and then if it ain't got what you want, yeah, put it back in the heat again after it's already tempered. And you get to shaping it again.
or do a slow cool in sand or dirt and oil.
Sand's usually what they use. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to stick stuff in the sand, and that way it would cool down slower, and it gave it more hardness.
Yeah, but that was imperfect pieces. All they had to do is then go in and shape, the blade, the
Yeah,
edge on it. Yeah. Yeah, it was. There's no doubt in my mind that was intrinsic work back then.
it was. And blacksmith was a valuable personality in those days.
Oh
He
my
was the
God! It
go-to
was one of the most important things you could have in your little township.
He was the go-to guy.
Mm-hmm.
He made the shoes for the horses and the oxes and all the other things that every hinge and every gate, and you think about it, he was the only go-to guy that could produce those other than a merchant.
Mm-hmm.
So it took a lot of experience and it took a lot of know-how.
I see someone new in the chat. Aquana Elliot. Hello.
Hello. Well,
I think I said your first name correctly. I hope. Jaquana.
I'm not seeing any chat on my end of things right now. I don't know what happened when I put my phone back on charge.
Jaquuanna. Jaquana is what I'm reading.
I, at best guess, wouldn't know how to pronounce that.
I didn't either,
Maybe.
but I gave it a whirl. Yeah, John H. Yeah, you have 2 acres. If you ain't run your little metal detector over it yet, I don't know when your home or your home place was established. Being down where you're at, relatively, that's a new city, but that didn't mean there wasn't farmers out there. And if it was an old farmstead at one time, find out where their mailbox was. because everything was paid by change and they just throw it in the mailbox. Half the time when they pulled it out, they'd lose half of it. You can find old whip pennies, old steel dimes. I mean, I found so much crap by the old mailbox areas. It just blow your mind.
Prior
And
to
if you had a post office on your land, everything was paid in change. You know, at the post office, and they always just dug a hole and buried a 5-gallon bucket, which is an old metal bucket, and that's where they kept their change till it was time to give the butt. And sometimes, you know, them places close down, they just leave a bucket in the ground, and it may be half full of old coins.
Yep.
Duncan was a hanging town in this area. Yes. So was Comanche. Comanche, there was only one black person that lived there, and he got a little out of line, and he was hung from the old damn stoplight they had in town. Yep. They did not tolerate that, and that's not real damn long ago. You're talking back in the early '80s. He was hung for that damn thing. No one could prove who did it.
Wow.
Yep, that was down in Comanche, Oklahoma, just 8 miles south of him.
There's
Yep.
so much history and facts, and it amazes me. I mean, you know, I'm always got my ears open and listen because just something inherent in the way I was raised, I guess. Listen to things and you'll learn something on every day.
oh, absolutely.
And I do. Like that man's story with that ring.
Yep.
That's phenomenal.
Oh, absolutely. I hope it's the original deal.
Me too.
I
Just
hope it's one of the 4 originals, not
hope
a replica.
it's the missing one and he found it.
I hope so. I hope he ends up with a gold mine.
And what a blessing that, you know, that would turn out to be for him.
John H. says a historical society has pictures of gallows on Main Street. No doubt in my mind. Duncan was a rough little place when it first sprung up. You did not jack around. You know, any of them little towns, Rush Springs, Marlow, Duncan, Comanche, Waurika, you went down there and jacked around, you could disappear. And all them woods and hills up in there and all them places, you would disappear. Even when I was down there in 90, I was warned by several people, don't jack around down here and don't piss off the wrong person. You will disappear and you'll never be found. I want to tell you what, they meant business.
Well, they have an area about 35 miles from here. It was called the Okefenokee Swamp.
Yep.
And the swamp holds all its secrets.
I was told that swamp has more secrets in it than the Louisiana.
Bayou?
Yep.
Well, I couldn't dispute that either way. But I know things are lost forever out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's vast. I mean, if you don't know what you're doing and try and navigate them waterways, you'll be out there riding around in circles trying to get back to a point you could see, but
That
can't
you recognized.
Yeah, you can see it, but you can't get back to it because all the little oxbows and all the bends in the swamp and the river there just take you around in circles till you run out of gas.
Oh yeah. And then you're paddling your ass everywhere you go.
So
Yep.
it's better to do the guided tour.
At least the first couple times.
Well, I don't know many people brave enough to try and go there, even though, you know, it's a fishing heaven.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you want to go out, you could live off the fish, so you could survive a while, but I don't think your gas tank can.
Yeah, that's what
You
I'm
need a
saying.
refill boat come out and find you occasionally.
I mean, even in my local river here, if you don't navigate the right bends, you'll see the point you want to get back to. You can see power lines off the distance, but you'll find yourself riding around in circles where the water is just split and going around a bend and comes back to itself.
Wow.
I've done that myself.
You make a big horseshoe right back to yourself, huh?
Yep. And it happens
Yeah.
until you learn.
Yep. Now you got alligators in your area?
Lots.
Okay, that's why I wondered, because you're still down there far enough south, they'll thrive.
Lots of alligators and lots of cottonmouth.
That's right, because you're right on the borderline of Florida.
Yeah.
That's
Our
right.
the river here is the defining line for Georgia and Florida.
Nice.
So until it empties into the Atlantic.
Yep. And it's warm water, so you get more alligators than you do crocs.
Yeah, it's about you get 10 miles up from the inlet and it starts to go brackish and then it goes freshwater
Right?
when you get up towards the area I'm talking about. But it's not, there's actually a place called Spanish Creek.
Okay.
Spanish Creek is named that because in the days of the Spanish, they would come up there and get their water from there because there was so much tannic acid in it. The water would not go stagnant in their barrels.
Okay. Okay.
That's a history factoid. And that's exactly why it was named that, because pre-Americas, the Spaniards used to come up the river here and get their water source out of that water, and it looks like iced tea. There's
Yeah,
so
and
much-
ladies and gentlemen, when he's saying Spanish, he's not meaning Mexican.
no,
He's meaning the Spaniards.
yeah,
And the Spaniards have been here since 1200s. I mean, every bit of that, if not further back.
and they knew to come to get that because that water would not go bad.
Right. But they wouldn't drink much of it.
No, but I mean, it was life sustaining.
Yes, it would. But they had to boil the shit out of it.
Well, I'm not sure what they did back in them days. They had probably a different gut than us.
That's true too. That's true too. People do change.
Yeah. I'm thinking that they were more tolerant to things or less susceptible to things than we are today because everything's been chlorinated, aerated, refined.
Yeah, fluorinated.
Yeah, that too.
Yep. Yeah, back then, yeah, you had a gut from hell, a rot gut from hell. You could handle all that crap.
Yeah. And then they had rum to take care of whatever parasitical things that were, rum was a very big deal at that point in time and still is.
Anything that had alcohol in it would kill a stomach virus.
That's what I'm saying.
They
Basically.
forget to tell you that nowadays. They try
Yeah.
to give you a pill, and it's like, no, I'll be all right. So I go home and take 2 Advil cold and sinus and a Crown of Coke. I'm good.
Yep.
I'm good. I mean, I can be so sick I can't hardly move. I'll get a Crown of Coke and 2 Advil cold and sinus. 30 minutes later, it's like I was never damn sick. I promise.
I get that. I totally ascribe to that it's antiseptic, it's a cleanser, it's a disinfectant. It does all that.
Yep. I was getting a
And
little
it makes
warmer
you
in my house.
feel
I
good
couldn't
too.
do what now?
And it makes you feel good too.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the biggest part is you feel good and you get giggly, and then next thing you know, you start feeling wonderful.
Yeah.
And then you wake up the next morning like that never happened. People couldn't figure out I'd be so deathly sick when they come see me and they're like, go get me. I couldn't hardly move, couldn't hardly talk. I had
Yep.
cold and sinus and give me some Crown and Coke. And I want to tell you what, take 2 of that. I'd get up, sit in my chair, take 2 of those and sip on that Crown and Coke. And
The wonder treatment.
yes. I
Makes
sit there
all
and drink that
wonder.
small glass. Then I go get me a big glass and drink another one after that. I never had a problem one. Next day, I woke up like I was never even puny. Yep. I don't know what the hell it is, but
Well,
and that's the biggest thing. If people get food poisoning, if you will take and do the same damn thing, take you a little bit of, makes you a little drink. I have found that works wonders. You don't have the cold chills. You don't have the shits. You can get rid of all that in a hurry. And people, oh, I don't drink. Well, my God, you don't have to be a drinker. Just have that drink, and it'll cure you.
if people really understood what the old tonics and medicines were really about, not including the ones that had opiates or anything like that in it, which
Right.
they, but it was basically alcohol based, and then it
Yep.
had some herbal medications infused into it.
Natural,
And
yes.
it was helpful to people.
You remember castor oil?
Yeah,
You can still find it today.
yeah.
And you know what that dates
I'm
back to?
dislike for it, but yeah,
Oh my God, it tastes like, oh my God, it's
it's awful.
nasty.
It's
But you
all
know when that originated?
from the castor bean.
Yes. And you know what date that I could find as far back as I could find?
No, I have no idea.
1832.
Okay.
That was one of the main cures for most of your illnesses because in the 1800s, they didn't have diabetes. They didn't have, I mean, the first case they had of diabetes was in 1896, and it was one single case, the first case they'd ever seen. They didn't have cancer until after the 1929. None. All that shit's man-made. Sorry, it is what it is. The castor oil. And I told my brother, I said, go down to the grocery store. I know they still carry it. Grab me some castor oil. Really? You don't drink that nasty stuff? I said, I don't want to. Trust me. Go get me something strong to wash it down with.
I've had it once in my life, and
Oh, my mom used to give it to us every time we get sick.
tolerable to it.
But, well, it wasn't right for her to give us whiskey back when we was kids. So she'd give me castor oil. But now, I just tell them if I'm really sick, need a penicillin shot, I said, go get me some castor oil and a Crown and Coke. I'll be
That's
fine.
amazing.
Yep. And penicillin, they're fixing to bring back out on the market again.
Well,
It's been out of our systems long enough that our bodies will start
Yeah.
using it effectively again.
you got
That's the story they're using anyway.
well. I could probably somewhat justify that because straight up penicillin was usually given,
Yep.
but then you got all the side derivatives of it, amoxicillin, mycillin, and cephalin, and everything that Big Pharma has deviated from the original article
Yep.
or a analog of it, but not it.
Oh, my mom, when I was a kid, I'd be so deathly sick, and I'd have to go bend over that damn bed and get a big old shot in my ass, right in my ass cheek of it.
Mm-hmm.
Within just 3 or 4 hours, I was like a new person. I was like, never was sick. It worked good on me, and it never quit working good on me. And it quit. So now you had to take these amoxicillin pills, which is about 1/10 of the cillins you need, because
Right.
all that cillin is an antibacterial.
Yeah.
And it was just oh my God, I couldn't believe they quit that crap. Well, but they say after about 20 years, because it quit working on some people, after 20 years, it would work fine
Well,
because your body had time to get rid of all of it.
I've known people that were hesitant in taking any of those kind of things because their thought process was, well, I don't want to take that until I really need it. That way it's going to work. And which is in a different term what you're actually stating. You know, if you constantly use it, your body's not going to react to it the way it was intended.
Correct. That's
And
any drug. That's any kind of pill you take.
yeah,
You take it 2 weeks at max, get off of it 2 weeks.
yeah,
That's it.
you got to understand the pharmacokinetics behind it. And if you do, you'll choose wisely. But, you know, I don't want to get into a medical discussion. I don't want to put you in any kind of place there that's that kind of territory.
Well,
That's
I
my
go there all
opinion,
the time. You know why I go there?
and how I'm going to state it.
Yeah. I go there all the time, and it's not because I'm gonna get whipped out. I don't.
Okay.
But it's one of those deals. I mean, if I got something that's going to help somebody, I want to let them know, in my opinion, what I feel.
Well, this worked for me, but it may not be right for you. So, yeah,
That's it. That's it.
I totally get that.
I do that all the time with people. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a lovely night. Thank each and every one of you for being here. I am going to shut down this live. And thank you all. I know it went kind of sideways for a while and back and forth. We'll have to just see how it turns out. And it is what it is. You know, not every night can be a success, which is fine. But we'll just go from there, and we'll come back tomorrow and try to hit it again. And we'll go from there.
Very
You got
good.
you got any last words you want to say?
I just thank you for having me up here. You know, when you're standing out there alone, I feel like, you know, you need somebody to kind of hold your back, bring a little discussion into the stream. I don't mind.
Oh, no, and I'm glad you did. And Mr. B, like I said, you're always more than welcome up here anytime. I know you was enjoying just hanging back and relaxing, get your belly full. I understand that. And I don't know, Mr. B, are you going to be around tomorrow or are you leaving town? You going to go see the grandbabies? Because if you're going to be gone, I won't even send you a link. But if you're going to be around, that would be, you know, I want to make sure you have first dibs on getting in here.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love hanging out with Mr. B. He's freaking awesome.
Myself included. You know, I don't mean to come up here and put my face out there just to do that.
No.
But I also respect the fact that it's hard for you to run a show without somebody to bounce off of and change topical issues with. And
Yeah, because no one wants to just hear me what's in the chat. You know, they want to hear that all night. They want to have some kind of back and forth discussion and knowledge being exchanged somewhere, whether it's idiocracy or intelligence.
Well, like I say, I've been around the block about 3 times, and I've had a lot of life experience in different facets, so to speak. So that's my final thought. I'm going to
Well,
let
and
you.
I'm not no intelligent man. I just have my opinions.
I'm just the same.
Yep.
I don't classify myself as a Mr. Know-it-all. I can only relate to the experiences that I've actually been through and encountered in life, navigate my way.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that's fair statement of how it is for me.
All right, Mr. B. Yeah, if you don't go tomorrow, you know damn good and well, buddy, you're the first one I'm going to let up. You show up. You know that.
All right, I'll try and be here and have your back whenever I can.
No, and I'm glad you do. And you can even jump in here and help me and Mr. B, because there's times we run into words that we can't, or something we can't talk about, which is rare, but it does happen.
Well, I don't know that I'm that interesting, but I'm always ready to support.
Well, and I appreciate that. And there's a lot of people out there that are. And I want to tell you, I love each and every one of them. The show's doing a lot better than I ever thought it was going to do. Uh, I just can't be happier with it. I really
No.
can't.
Nice. Same
Yep.
here.
Yep, and
This
I'm
is
glad everybody likes coming over here.
respect, and I feel it's done honorably. And everything that gets addressed it's not biased that I
No.
could see,
No.
not by my standards. You're open and willing to listen, so that's what I like about it, and I love the conversation.
Victoria, aggravation. I'm sorry, hon. I hope it wasn't my show that aggravated you.
Well, I'm going to drop out, Shane.
Yeah, I'm going to too. I got to get this thing closed down, and Mr. B, if you're going to be up a few minutes, you can grab the link real quick and jump on up here for a backstage for a minute. If not, that's fine. If you say no, I won't hold anything against you. I do want to talk to you about something private, but we can do that anytime. It's no big deal.
All right. Love to all.
All right. See you, bud.
Bye.
Bye. Let me see. I don't know if Creek's going on tonight live or not. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and shut down the live. I hope you got the link if you do want to jump up. Mr. B, I did email it to you. And you should have got it because I sent yours and Keno's at the same time. But I'll kill it live and I'll wait a few minutes. If you don't show up, it's okay. We can talk tomorrow or something, or Monday or Tuesday, whatever. It's all good. It's no big rush. Nothing important. So, Keno, thank you once again for this evening for doing a wonderful job. Awesome once again. We will talk soon. And yeah, Keno, one day I want you to jump in early or late due to just I need to go over one little thing with you, but nothing you're doing wrong by no means. But just one little thing I'd like to give you a heads up on. But we can do that anytime too. It's not a big deal. So anyway, other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm shutting this live down. We'll see you all tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central. And we'll go from there. Good night. Love you all. Thank you very much. And we'll go from there.